Chapter 175. After spending some time cleaning up the weeds near the cultivation room, Lu Yi found a cultivation room that looked pleasing to the eye and pushed the door open. Although this place was desolate and unattended, it was a place that the Jade Blood Sect had spent a lot of money to build. After all, it was related to the cultivation of the disciples and could not be careless. Therefore, every cultivation room here was covered by a spirit array. Only the disciples of the Jade Blood Sect could enter. However, because no one had used it for a long time, the spirit array here had stopped operating long ago. Looking up, the room was not big and there were no extra decorations. There was only a trace of a spirit array on the ground. It was a spirit gathering array that could gather world energy from all directions and increase the efficiency of cultivation. Not only that, there were 8 grooves around the spirit gathering array. If spirit stones were placed in the grooves, it could increase the density of world energy in the room. The world energy in every sect station was denser than in the wild. Take the Jade Blood Sect station, for example. The world energy here was about 10% denser than in the wild. It was not much because this was only the most basic increase. As long as the Tianji pillar was still functioning, the area covered by the Tianji pillar would receive this kind of increase. This was also the reason why rogue cultivators gathered in the Jade Blood Sect station. The world energy here was denser. However, if the sect was destroyed, the ownerless Tianji pillars would no longer have this effect. For example, the Ying Mountain where Lu Yi had once stayed also had a Tianji pillar, but the world energy there was no different than in the wild. A 10% increase was only the most basic. If one had enough merit points, they could buy a buff from the Tianji pillar. It was the power of the Tianji pillar that could make the world energy in the station even denser. For example, the top forces in the core circle had world energy several times or even more than 10 times that in the wild. Cultivating in such an environment was undoubtedly much more efficient. The Jade Blood Sect's Tianji pillar did not have any buffs and only had the most basic function. Fortunately, there was the spirit gathering array in the cultivation room. This was also why second senior sister said that it would be better to cultivate in the station. The spirit gathering array under Lu Ye's feet did not operate because it had already lost its energy supply. He was not in a hurry to activate the spirit gathering array. Instead, he examined the patterns of the spirit gathering array. An hour later, he came to a conclusion. The runic patterns of the spirit gathering array were 80% similar to his spirit gathering rune. Both of them could be said to have originated from the same source. It could even be said that his spirit gathering rune was a miniature spirit gathering array. Lu Yi took out 8 spirit stones and placed them in the 8 grooves of the spirit gathering formation. Then he walked to the center of the formation and pressed his hand down, activating his spiritual energy. As his spiritual energy continued to be consumed, the array formation in the room began to operate. Lu Yi could clearly feel the surrounding spiritual energy rushing over. In a short period of time, the spirit chi in the room became denser than outside. This was not only because the spirit gathering array was gathering the spirit chi of heaven and earth, but also because the spirit chi in the 8 grooves had been stimulated. However, there was a limit to this kind of increase. Lu Yi felt that the spirit chi in the room had increased by about 20% and stopped increasing. Even if the spirit gathering array gathered more spirit chi, it would dissipate if it was not absorbed. Lu Yi thought for a moment, then raised his hand and pressed it against a wall. Following the crazy consumption of his spiritual energy, a huge spirit gathering rune was constructed. The spirit chi of heaven and earth surged even more intensely. Previously, when he obtained the spirit gathering rune, he had considered this point. If the spirit gathering rune was large enough, then it should have a very obvious effect. Now he had finally verified it. Moreover, because the spirit gathering rune would constantly absorb spirit chi of heaven and earth to replenish itself, as long as it was not deliberately destroyed, it could continue like this. It was different from the Spirit Gathering Array. The Spirit Gathering Array relied on the power of spirit stones to operate. While consuming the spirit stones, it also stimulated the spirit chi within the spirit stones. The stimulated spirit chi would be absorbed by the cultivator. Sensing his own body, he found that he had consumed a lot of spiritual energy. After all, he had never constructed such a huge spirit gathering array before. However, he could still construct another one. Soon, the second spirit gathering rune appeared on the wall on the floor. Lu Yi immediately felt as if his entire body had been hollowed out. However, the price was worth it. The spirit chi of heaven and earth surged even more intensely. Now, in this small cultivation room, there was a spirit gathering array in effect, as well as 2 spirit gathering runes. Lu Yi really wanted to know what kind of effect cultivating in this environment would have. He took out a praying mat from his storage bag and threw it on the floor. Sitting cross-legged, he began to construct small funnels in his spiritual cavities. After an incense stick's worth of time, all 64 spiritual cavities had been reinforced with spirit gathering runes. In a split second, Lu Yi felt the surrounding spirit chi crazily rush into his body. Through the operation of his cultivation method, it was transformed into his own spirit chi. His body, which had consumed a lot of energy, quickly began to recover. 6 hours later, Lu Yi stood up again and constructed another large-scale spirit gathering rune on the 3rd wall of the cultivation room. The spirit gathering rune's effect had increased once again. He sensed the changes in his spirit chi. In the end, he came to a shocking conclusion. Cultivating in this environment, a day and night's improvement was almost equivalent to refining 5 spirit pills. He had discovered the miraculous effect of the spirit gathering rune on his 29th aperture. At that time, he had made an experiment and reinforced his 29th aperture with spirit gathering runes. In the end, he had come to the conclusion that cultivating for a day and night was almost equivalent to refining a spirit accumulation pill. Now, he had opened 64 apertures, more than twice as many as when he opened 29 apertures. Moreover, the cultivation environment had greatly changed, which greatly improved the effect of his cultivation. After reaching the 5th order spirit stream realm, he needed to consume more than 20 spirit pills for every aperture he opened. In other words, even if he didn't take any spirit pills and cultivated in this environment, it would only take him 4 or 5 days to open one aperture. If he could take spirit pills, the efficiency would be even faster. Right now, the world energy in the blue blood sect station was only 10% richer than in the wild, and the Heaven's Fate Pillar didn't have the slightest support. What if he could strengthen the Heaven's Fate Pillar and make the station's world energy 2 times, or even 5 times, 10 times richer than in the wild? Just thinking about it made Lu Yi fascinated. He had to find a way to restore his talent tree's ability to burn pill toxins, and find a way to strengthen the Heaven's Fate Pillar. He planned to go to the Heaven's Fate Treasure House to look for the former. As for the latter, he had no clue. He would have to ask his 4th senior brother about it, but the jade slip his 4th senior brother gave him didn't mention it. His consumed spirit chi had been completely restored, and Lu Yi was now trying to open the 65th aperture. But before he could open the 65th aperture barrier, a message came from the battlefield mark. Looking down, he saw that it was from his 2nd senior sister. Your 4th senior brother is looking for you. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible to communicate with each other in the spirit stream battlefield in the 9 continents because the 2 were not in the same space. But Lu Yi was the guardian of the blue blood sect, and his 2nd senior sister was the guardian of the blue blood sect, so they could communicate with each other. Only then did Lu Yi remember that he had been so immersed in his cultivation that he had forgotten his agreement with his 4th senior brother. He didn't know what his 4th senior brother wanted to teach him. After sending a message back, Lu Yi ended his cultivation. The 8 spirit stones were almost used up, but Lu Yi didn't care. He pushed open the door and walked out, closing it behind him. Then he used his authority as a guardian to activate the nearby spirit array. This place would be his exclusive cultivation place in the future, and no one could enter at will. Walking over to Heaven's secret hall, Lu Yi saw a man sitting at the entrance, meditating and looking bored. The sound of footsteps alerted this person, and he quickly opened his eyes. Seeing Lu Yi, he was overjoyed. "Are you Lu Yi of the Blue Blood sect, fellow cultivator Lu?" Indeed, Lu Yi responded. Looking at the other party and seeing that he was a third-order cultivator, he frowned. "What's the matter?" The man quickly replied, "Senior Brother Chenyu is looking for fellow cultivator Lu. He wants to discuss the market with you." "Market?" Lu Yi was puzzled. Why would he want to discuss the market with him? However, he quickly reacted. The market here had been maintained for many years, and a large number of rogue cultivators had gathered here. Only the Heavenly Secret Commerce Union had stayed here. But after he arrived, the situation of the rogue cultivators became a little awkward. They were reluctant to leave, but it was inappropriate for them to stay. After all, this was the Blue Blood sect's territory. No one cared about them before, but now they did. "Fellow cultivator Lu, please wait a moment. I will ask Senior Brother Chun to come over," the man said, and was about to send a message. "I still have something to do. Let's talk later." Lu Yi was in a hurry to return to the sect, so he didn't have the leisure to wait here. Moreover, he didn't know how to deal with this kind of matter, so it was best to ask his senior brothers and senior sisters. "When will fellow cultivator Lu come again?" "I will ask Senior Brother Chin to wait here," the man asked dutifully. "Tomorrow." After Lu Yi replied, he returned to the sect with the help of the Heavenly Secret Pillar. Walking out of the Heavenly Secret Hall, Lu Yi followed the fragrance to the dining room. The table was already filled with delicious food, and just smelling it was enough to make one's mouth water. These delicacies weren't just for filling the stomach. These were medicinal cuisines, specially cooked by his second senior sister, and each dish had a special effect. Lu Yi was surprised to find that today's dishes were extraordinarily numerous. Li Baxian had already sat down, eating and drinking. Seeing Lu Yi return, he greeted him warmly. "Little junior brother, sit down and try the fish I caught." Lu Yi sat down, picked up a fish with his chopsticks and took a bite. It was unexpectedly delicious. Li Baxian said with a smile, "The blood-red trout of the Moon Lake used to temper the bodies of the disciples. Every disciple was given a certain amount, but now you can eat as much as you want. Let me tell you, if you need spirit stones one day, go to the Moon Lake and catch a few. It won't be a problem to sell each one for a few hundred spirit stones." Cough, cough, cough. Lu Yi coughed violently. He didn't expect this thing to be so expensive. Also, this is Little Gray's favorite food. When you go back to the base, bring 2 for him. He has been neglected for so many years, so he's quite pitiful. Got it. Lu Yi nodded. "Little junior brother, do you drink?" Before Li Baxian finished speaking, he felt a pair of sharp eyes looking at him. He hurriedly changed his words. "You're still young, so don't drink. You have to be careful when you go out. Don't let those loose women force you to drink and trick you into various positions." Lu Yi. Chapter 176. On the square in the front hall of Jiangshou Peak, Lu Yi held the hilt of his saber under the blood-colored golden flame flag as he stared forward with a solemn expression. Opposite him, Li Baxian casually held a sword in his hand as he smiled and said, "In half a year, you've reached the 5th order. Your strength has increased too quickly. In fact, sometimes it's not necessarily a good thing to increase one's cultivation too quickly, because others have more time to polish their battle skills while you don't. Especially for an armament cultivator, battle skills are very important. Under the golden light, you have more than enough courage to fight the enemy, but your lack of skill is your biggest shortcoming." In half a year, he had grown from a little cultivator who had just opened his apertures to the 5th order realm and had even mastered a defensive spirit rune. This matter had long since spread and was no longer a secret. Lu Yi originally thought that the temple master would ask about this matter, and he had already thought about it. If the temple master asked, he would tell him the truth. But in fact, since he woke up, the temple master had not asked about this matter at all. He had only told Lu Yi a few days ago, when everyone was lying in bed and recuperating. Now many people knew that he had obtained some fortuitous encounters in the spirit stream battlefield. So perhaps some people would have ideas about this, so he should be more vigilant. Of course, the possibility of such a thing happening was not high, because the temple master had said that there were many fortuitous encounters in the spirit stream battlefield. Lu Ye's growth to the 5th order in half a year seemed fast, but there had been even faster in history. There was once a mortal who had obtained a fortuitous encounter in the spirit stream battlefield and reached the 9th order in just a year. The spirit stream battlefield had many mysterious places that contained all kinds of mysteries. It was difficult for ordinary people to see them, but those who were fated could easily obtain them. Almost every few years, someone would obtain a fortuitous encounter. The cultivation world had become accustomed to this kind of thing, and most people just envied others' good luck. For those who really pursued something, it was better to work hard than to envy others' good luck. The old man is a Dharma cultivator and second senior sister is a medical cultivator. They are too strong and haven't taught anyone for many years, so they won't be able to teach you anything. As your 4th senior brother, I will teach you well. Li Baxian laughed heartily. For him, teaching Lu Yi seemed to be a great job. You're a 5th order cultivator, so I'll suppress my cultivation to the 5th order. I won't take advantage of you. Use all your skills to attack. As he spoke, he took a sip from the wine gourd in his hand. However, the moment he lifted the wine gourd, Lu Yi rushed towards him. Halfway through, he unsheathed his saber and slashed horizontally. You know how to sneak attack. Very good. Li Baxian didn't move his feet. Instead, he leaned back slightly. The Pan Shan saber brushed past his neck, but didn't hurt him in the slightest. He even had the leisure to comment on Lu Ye's saber. When facing an enemy, you must maintain this kind of indomitable momentum. However, it's not a good thing if you use too much strength. It's easy to be caught by others. The blade in Lu Ye's hand slashed down diagonally, but Li Baxian dodged it again. He didn't even move his feet as he continued. Insufficient adaptability, slow to change moves. On the square, Lu Yi continuously attacked with his saber. Li Baxian dodged while jabbering on, causing Lu Ye's head to be filled with anger and his attacks to become even more ferocious. However, he helplessly discovered that the gap between him and his 4th senior brother was too big. Although his 4th senior brother had suppressed his cultivation to the 5th order, Lu Yi couldn't even touch a corner of his robes. Every time Lu Yi slashed out, 4th senior brother was able to dodge as if he could predict the future. Moreover, up until now, his 4th senior brother hadn't even used his sword. Instead, he simply held the long sword in his hand and took a few sips of wine while speaking. Only now did Lu Yi realize how terrifying his 4th senior brother was. If a character like his 4th senior brother had appeared on the golden platform, he would have been beaten to a pulp. After taking another sip of wine, Li Baxian's aura suddenly changed. He raised the long sword in his hand and casually resolved Lu Ye's attacks, leisurely saying, "Little junior brother, be careful, I'm about to attack." In the next moment, a series of clanging sounds rang out, causing Lu Ye's expression to become solemn. His 4th senior brother's sword didn't have much strength, nor was it fast, but the timing of each strike was just right, making it difficult for Lu Yi to form a slash. A moment later, Lu Yi felt like he was a puppet being manipulated, only able to passively defend against his 4th senior brother's attacks. Li Baxian stepped forward step by step, while Lu Yi retreated step by step. When their swords collided, Li Baxian said, "In a battle between armament cultivators, you must control your own rhythm and make your opponent follow your rhythm. Once you do this, you can lead your opponent by the nose, just like this." As soon as his voice fell, he swung his long sword, causing Lu Ye's body to suddenly lean back, leaving his chest wide open as a sword light pierced straight towards him. When Lu Yi saw this sword, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. With a thought, a defensive spirit rune appeared on his chest. However, in the next moment he froze. Looking down, he saw that his fourth senior brother's sword had pierced his chest, only an inch away from his heart. His defensive spirit rune actually didn't have time to block this sword. And was fourth senior brother for real? Lu Yi looked up and saw Li Baxian's eyes drooping. "Little junior brother, you're dead." He suddenly pulled out his sword, causing blood to spurt out as Lu Yi staggered back. Not far away, Yi, who was watching the battle in high spirits, suddenly exclaimed. She got up and was about to run towards Lu Yi. A hand pressed down on her shoulder. Yi turned her head and saw Shui Yuan shaking her head at her. In the future, when he walks on the battlefield and in the 9 provinces, the enemies he encounters won't show mercy to him. Now that he's suffering here, he'll suffer less in the future. Although Yi was worried, she knew that her second senior sister would never harm Lu Yi, so she endured it and continued to watch. At the same time, she also understood why her second senior sister had prepared a large basin of medicinal liquid before the battle. Again, Lu Yi took a deep breath. Although his chest was almost pierced through, his fourth senior brother's attack was measured and didn't hurt his vital parts. He raised the long sword in his hand and charged towards Li Baxian again. A moment later, blood splashed as Li Baxian's faint voice sounded. "Little junior brother, you've died again." A moment later, "Little junior brother, you've died 3 times." An hour later, Lu Yi was lying on the ground with a pale face, his body covered in wounds. Although they weren't serious, he had lost a lot of blood and was unable to fight again. In just a short hour, he had been killed by his fourth senior brother over 100 times, and this was under the premise that his fourth senior brother had held back. The sun was so bright that Lu Yi found it difficult to open his eyes. A shadow covered his eyes as Li Baxian squatted down in front of him and smiled. "How do you feel?" Lu Yi didn't know how to answer. How could this feeling be described as terrible? He couldn't help asking, "Fourth senior brother, has our blue blood sect always trained its disciples like this before?" If this was really the case, then it would be a waste of disciples. How is that possible? Li Baxian chuckled. "You're all alone now, so we can only take care of you. You don't need to worry. The medicinal cuisine you ate before has the effect of replenishing your vitality, so you'll be fine after a night of rest." Lu Yi now understood why there had been such a large table of good food before. "Then, fourth senior brother, have you ever taught others before?" "No. So you don't know how to teach others either." Because he didn't know how to teach others, he could only rely on Lu Ye's own injuries to remember each fatal crisis. And this kind of physical memory was undoubtedly the most unforgettable. Li Baxian patted him on the shoulder and said sincerely, "Let's be considerate of each other. Also, this was second senior sister's idea. It had nothing to do with me." Before he could finish speaking, second senior sister grabbed him by the scruff of his neck and lifted him off to the side. Immediately after, Shui Yuan helped Lu Yi up and led him to a nearby room where a medicinal liquid had been prepared. After being treated by second senior sister, Lu Yi was full of energy again. Her skin and flesh wounds healed quickly. The medicinal liquid concocted by second senior sister was extraordinarily effective, coupled with the fact that she was a medical cultivator herself. Lu Yi got up in the evening with her whole body drenched. His wounds had not completely healed yet, but he should be fine after another night. Moreover, the old and new scars all over Lu Ye's body had disappeared. This was second senior sister's miraculous method. In the evening, after eating another table of medicinal cuisine, Lu Yi entered the Spirit Stream battlefield using the Heaven's Fate Pillar. He planned to cultivate on the battlefield at night, as this was the most efficient place to cultivate. As soon as he appeared in Heaven's Fate Hall, he felt the aura of strangers outside. Lu Yi turned his head and saw two heads looking in his direction. One of them was the one he met yesterday, while the other was a stranger, but judging from his aura, he was a seventh-order cultivator. Lu Yi thought about it for a moment before stepping out. The seventh-order cultivator greeted him enthusiastically and cupped his fists. "Are you fellow Taoist Lu Yi from Blue Blood Sect? This one is Qinyu." Lu Yi nodded and threw a contract to Qinyu. "If there are no problems, sign it." "HM?" Qinyu looked confused as he took the contract and read it carefully. When he returned during the day, Lu Yi asked second senior sister and fourth senior brother about how to deal with the rogue cultivators in the station, and also learned about the general situation here from second senior sister. Although second senior sister could not enter and leave the spirit stream battlefield at will, there were a few rogue cultivators she trusted here. Second senior sister had asked them to inquire about Lu Ye's whereabouts, but their cultivations were not high, so before news of Lu Yi spread, they did not manage to find anything useful. By the time they received the news, it was already too late. Through those rogue cultivators, second senior sister had some understanding of the situation in the station. Chanyu was one of them and was the strongest among the rogue cultivators. After all, this was the outermost area, so a seventh-order cultivator was already very high. Moreover, the market here had always been managed by him, which was why he wanted to talk to Lu Yi. The market in the station was not the same as the ones Lu Yi had passed by before. There was no Heavenly Secret Commerce Union subunion here, because this was still Blue Blood Sect Station. Rogue cultivators could come here, but Heavenly Secret Commerce Union could not. Otherwise, it would be a provocation to Blue Blood Sect. However, even without a Heavenly Secret Commerce Union subunion, this place was still quite popular because the world energy here was 10% richer than in the wild, which was a great attraction to rogue cultivators. Chapter 177. In the past, there were no Spirit Stream Realm disciples in the Jade Blood Sect, so there was no one to manage the station, allowing rogue cultivators to run over. But now things were different. The Jade Blood Sect had Lu Yi, and if Lu Yi insisted on driving them away, those rogue cultivators wouldn't be able to stay. After the news of Lu Ye's appearance in the station spread out yesterday, many rogue cultivators felt nervous, fearing that they would be driven away. This was why Qinyu had hurriedly come to find Lu Yi. He hadn't thought that before he had even explained his purpose, Lu Yi would give him a contract. Looking down, Qinyu's expression gradually eased. The contents of the contract were very simple. The situation in the market would remain as it was for the time being, but the Jade Blood Sect could let the rogue cultivators leave at any time. At the same time, the Jade Blood Sect entrusted Qinyu with managing the market, and if the rogue cultivators wanted to stay in the market, depending on their cultivation, they would have to pay 2 to 5 spirit stones per month to the Jade Blood Sect. This was a contract drawn up by Shui Yuan, and the fee was not high. If it was just a few spirit stones, the rogue cultivators could afford it. This would bring a certain amount of income to Lu Yi, and also let the rogue cultivators know that this was the Jade Blood Sect Station, and if they wanted to stay here, they would have to pay a certain price. Yu quickly finished reading it and happily bit his finger and pressed his fingerprint on the contract. After exchanging their respective brands with Lu Yi, he happily rushed to the market, ready to tell the good news to the rogue cultivators who were waiting for news. Compared to the benefits of the rogue cultivators, Yu's gains were naturally much greater. Although he was the nominal manager of the market before, after all, he had no status, but now it was different. With the Jade Blood Sect's entrustment, he had a real identity, and it would be more legitimate for him to manage the market. Lu Yi didn't have to worry about the rogue cultivators for the time being. The station was so big that he couldn't use it all by himself. So instead of offending people now, it was better to keep it as it was. In front of the Tianji pillar, Lu Ye's mind connected to the Tianji treasure house, looking for the treasures he needed. After a cup of tea's time, a palm-sized box appeared in Lu Ye's hand, and he hurried to the cultivation room. The spirit chi of heaven and earth in the technique practicing room was obviously denser than in other places, especially in the room he stayed in yesterday. Because of the 3 gathering spirit runes that he had set up, the spirit chi here was much denser than in other places. He opened the door, walked in, and sat down with the box in his hand. Looking at the box in his hand, Lu Yi felt both happy and distressed. He was glad that the Tianji treasury indeed had all sorts of good stuff. As long as it was something he wanted, he could find it inside. What made his heart ache was that this small box had cost him 200 contribution points. It was much more expensive than the mountain plate saber. He gently opened the box, and a ball of flame about the size of a baby's fist immediately appeared in front of his eyes, and a scorching aura spread out. It was a small ball of earth core fire, the cheapest kind of strange fire that Lu Yi found in the Tianji treasure vault. The talent tree's ability to burn the pill poison had to be recovered as soon as possible. This was related to the increase of his cultivation. In the past, Lu Yi had guessed that the talent tree needed to absorb some scorching heat or flame energy in order for the leaves on it to burn, allowing him to obtain more spirit marks. However, this had always been a guess, and there was no way to verify it. But after a trip to the Tianji treasury, this conjecture was confirmed, because when he stood in the middle of those treasures and strange flames, the innate skill tree that was dormant in his source spirit aperture clearly became active. However, because those treasures were all in the Tianji treasury, the innate skill tree could not absorb their power. Until now, when Lu Yi opened the box in his hand, a trace of abnormality immediately came from his source spirit aperture. Lu Yi immediately focused his mind, and in the next moment he saw the roots of the talent tree growing out, piercing into the earth core fire inside the box. In the blink of an eye, the scorching heat disappeared, and the earth core fire disappeared. The 4th leaf on the talent tree began to burn. Before leaving Mount Qingyan, the 4th leaf had begun to shine after the battle with the barrier-breaking fruit. But because it did not absorb enough energy, it did not undergo a qualitative change. Today, it finally began to burn. In other words, Lu Yi had one more spirit rune. He suppressed the anticipation and joy in his heart and continued to observe, only to find that it was gone. The 5th leaf did not show any signs of burning, and it did not even shine. Lu Yi frowned. This was somewhat different from what he had expected. But soon he found that the talent tree had recovered its ability to burn pill toxins. As his spirit chi circulated, gray mist was constantly being burned out. The pill toxins in his body had accumulated to a peak after the battle at the Golden Summit, causing his spirit chi to become obscure and dim, which had a great impact on his strength and cultivation. Since the battle at the Golden Summit, Lu Yi did not dare to take spirit pills. Although second senior sister had a method to help him expel the pill toxins in his body, and the effect was not bad, she could not completely remove them. This kind of thing required a long time of recuperation and adjustment. But after the talent tree recovered its ability to burn pill toxins in just a short time, the spirit chi in Lu Ye's body became pure and flawless again. The hidden danger had finally been resolved. Lu Yi relaxed. Combining all the previous events, his guess was correct. The talent tree could absorb scorching heat or some flame energy, and that energy could burn the leaves of the talent tree, allowing Lu Yi to master spirit grain S one after another. In addition, that energy could also be stored in the talent tree as a type of fuel to burn the pill poison. This time only one leaf burned. It was probably because the talent tree needed to accumulate fuel, so most of the energy was stored. Only a small part of it was used to burn the 4th leaf. There were many treasures in the Tianji treasury that were suitable for the talent tree to absorb. Just the earth core fire alone was enough, and Lu Yi had only bought one of them. It seemed that he still had to go get merit points. As long as he had enough merit points, the talent tree would be able to play a greater role. Looking at his remaining 500 merit points, Lu Yi sighed slightly. A few days ago, he had almost broken through 1,000 merit points. Merit points were difficult to accumulate, but they were spent as quickly as flowing water. Not in a hurry to cultivate, Lu Yi looked at the fourth burning leaf of the talent tree and took a deep breath. His expression became solemn and his mind was immersed in it. The burning leaf rapidly enlarged in Yang Kai's field of vision, obscuring all his thoughts. His mind was forcibly pried open, as if a red-hot iron had reached in and stirred it. After a long while, Lu Yi finally regained his senses, his body drenched in sweat. He shook his head to dispel the discomfort. Even if he was already a fifth-order cultivator, investigating the spirit patterns on the talent tree was still an extremely unpleasant experience. Fortunately, he did not pass out like the first time. Bloodstain. This was the name of the fourth spirit pattern. Investigating its mysteries, Lu Yi soon discovered that although this was an offensive spirit pattern, it did not directly increase one's lethality like the sharpness rune. It had other uses. However, it was undeniable that if this spirit pattern was used well, it was not impossible for the weak to defeat the strong. In fact, it would give him a way to fight a strong enemy. Every spirit pattern on the talent tree had great uses. But if he wanted to obtain these spirit patterns, he would first need to obtain some suitable treasures for the talent tree to absorb energy from. In other words, he would need a lot of merit points. Although he still had more than 500 merit points, Yang Kai was not prepared to buy the Earth Core Fire. He would keep some of his merit points in reserve. Who knew when they would come in handy? Getting up, Lu Yi placed spirit stones in the 8 positions of the spirit gathering array. When he reached the last piece, Lu Yi thought for a moment before taking out the blood-red scale he had obtained from the dragon spring and placing it in the groove. The spirit gathering array could stimulate the power in spirit stones, so perhaps it could stimulate the power in this scale. There were a lot of bloodlines on the scale, which Hupa had absorbed several times before. Every time it was very addictive. Lu Yi did not dare to imitate Hupa. After all, a monster beast's body was not something he could compare to. However, if the spirit gathering array could stimulate its power, then it would be a safe way to absorb the power in the scale. Next, Yang Kai began constructing spirit gathering spirit patterns in his spirit apertures. Once everything was ready, he swallowed the pill and started cultivating. Soon, the room was filled with dense spiritual energy. Within the spiritual energy, there was also some red mist flowing. Each mist was like a dragon swimming in the air. Days passed, and during the day he would temper his skills under Li Baxian's care and protection. Every day he would be killed by fourth senior brother many times, and every time he would be covered in blood and would be dragged by second senior's sister to soak in a bath for treatment. At night he would enter the station and explore the mysteries of the Tianji pillar and his authority as a guardian. Sometimes he would go to the Tianji treasury to broaden his horizons and cultivate. Li Baxian did not teach him too many fighting skills, nor did he teach him any sword arts or blade arts, because such things were worthless in Li Baxian's eyes and were only good for looking good. Good blade arts and sword arts were the simplest killing techniques. All he did was let Lu Yi use his body to remember each wound. This kind of teaching method could be called cruel, and only the Blue Blood sect had the qualifications to teach like this. If it were any other sect, who knew how many disciples they would have already been crippled. At the dining table, Lu Yi was eating in large mouthfuls while asking Li Baxian for guidance. Fourth senior brother, how can I quickly obtain a large amount of contribution points? Kill the enemy. Li Baxian replied concisely. I naturally know how to kill the enemy. But didn't you say that it would be unsuitable for me to cause trouble outside? It had only been a month since the battle on Golden Light Peak, and the storm had just subsided, so Li Baxian had warned Lu Yi to be a bit more stable in the near future. Fortunately, Lu Yi had been recuperating during this time and had been running back and forth to the station every day, so there was no chance for him to go out and cause trouble. Besides killing the enemy, the only other option is to sell things to the Tianji treasury. Chapter 178. Not only could the Tianji treasury be bought, but it could also be sold. No matter what it was, as long as it was valuable, it could be sold to the Tianji treasury. However, it wasn't worth it. Lu Yi had tried to sell the mountain plate saber to the Tianji treasury, but it was only worth 50 merit points. It had to be known that he had spent 138 merit points to buy it. The price difference was more than double. The most valuable item he could sell was the scale he had obtained from the dragon spring. He had tried it a few days ago and found that it was worth more than 8,000 merit points. However, Lu Yi would definitely not sell this item. The power contained within it was extremely beneficial to Hu Pa and himself. Now, every time he cultivated, he would place this scale armor in a spirit-gathering formation, slowly stimulating the power within it. Over the past few days, Lu Yi could clearly feel his physique strengthening. After swallowing the blood threads a few times, Hu Pa became more and more majestic. The barrier-breaking fruit was slightly less valuable than the scale. Each fruit was worth 500 merit points, and it couldn't be sold. It was extremely useful for cultivators, and Lu Yi would have a use for it in the future. Moreover, he had already given the 2 barrier-breaking fruits to his second senior apprentice sister. She wasn't just a medical cultivator, she was also an alchemist. She could supplement the barrier-breaking fruit with other herbs to refine barrier-breaking pills, maximizing their effects. As for the value of the barrier-breaking pill, Lu Yi had once investigated it in the Tianji treasury. Each pill cost 300 to 400 merit points, and a single barrier-breaking fruit could be refined into 4 or 5 barrier-breaking pills in the hands of second senior sister. Is there no other way? Lu Yi continued to ask as he ate the food his second senior apprentice sister gave him. Declare war. Li Baxian smiled. Declare war on the Myriad Devil Ridge faction. Set a large amount of merit points in advance. If you win, the merit points will be yours. Lu Ye's face darkened. He was the only disciple in the Jade Blood Sect's encampment. Who could he go to declare war? There were several Myriad Devil Ridge sects nearby, and even if they accepted, he had no hope of winning. Moreover, he didn't have the capital to declare war. If he wanted to win merit points from others, he had to have merit points in the early stages. Why don't you participate in the Battle of Spirit Creek? Li Baxian had just finished speaking when Shui Yuan glared fiercely at him. Little junior brother can't stay in the encampment forever. Senior sister, you and the old man can't always protect him. You can protect him for a while, but can you protect him forever? Blue blood sect's disciples shouldn't be raised in a greenhouse. The earlier they go out and broaden their horizons, the better it will be for them. Shui Yuan was silent as she picked up more food for Lu Yi. Lu Yi looked around and saw that his second senior sister was silent, so he asked, "What is the Battle of Spirit Creek?" Li Baxian began to explain to him. In about half a month, the results of the sect's grade assessment will be out. Normally, after each grade assessment, there will be this Battle of Spirit Creek. Through Li Baxian's explanation, Lu Yi slowly understood what the Battle of Spirit Creek was. According to the rules of previous years, before the sect's grade assessment, all the sects would remain calm, because if they made any inappropriate moves at this time, it was possible that their sect's grade would fall. This was a responsibility that no one could bear. However, it was impossible for the Spirit Creek battlefield to remain so peaceful. The 2 camps were destined to oppose each other, so every time the sect's grade assessment was over, it would become extremely lively. The Battle of Spirit Creek was born out of the blue. This was the operation of Heaven's Secret, and no one could resist it. Heaven's Secret seemed to be using this method to intensify the confrontation between the 2 camps. After the sect's grade assessment, the guardian envoys of the various sects' encampments would be able to sign up and participate in the battle. With the support of their sect's Heaven's Secret Pillar as a bargaining chip, they would be able to enter an unknown small space to participate in the battle. If they were killed, the support would be taken away by the killer. The support of the Heaven's secret pillar was able to make the world energy aura in the encampment much richer, with each support increasing it by 10%. Lu Yi had tried to purchase it with merit points before. The first support cost 500 merit points, which was not a lot. However, after asking Li Baxian, this kind of support would become more expensive as it progressed. Therefore, the strong could obtain a large amount of support in the Battle of Spirit Creek, and if they brought it back to their sex encampment, it would greatly increase the world energy aura in the encampment. Not only that, there were also many strange treasures in the unknown small space, such as the barrier-breaking fruit, which was extremely rare in the outside world, could be found there. It could be said that the Battle of Spirit Creek, which was held once every 3 years, was a grand event for all the sects of the 9 prefectures. Basically, all the sects in the 9 prefectures would participate. After hearing this, Lu Yi couldn't help but be fascinated. He had been thinking about how to increase the world energy aura in the encampment. If it weren't for the fact that it would cost too many merit points, he would have already bought a support. He had never thought that there would be such a method. However, since it was the Battle of Spirit Creek, naturally only the Guardian Envoys and Vice Guardian Envoys could participate. Each sect could only send 2 representatives. One had to know that there were many sects in the 9 prefectures, so if each sect sent 2 representatives, the number of people participating would be extremely large. But 4th Senior Brother, I'm only a 5th Order. At most, I can kill 7th Order Masters. If I encounter the Guardian Envoys of the Core Circle sects, how could I possibly be their opponent? Lu Yi slowly shook his head. Although he was very interested in this Battle of Spirit Creek, he still had some self-awareness. 4th Senior Brother, Li Baxian, was the Vice Guardian Envoys of Pill Heart Sect. If a character like him was also participating in this Battle of Spirit Creek, how could a 5th Order like Lu Yi possibly compete? Li Baxian said, "Although heaven's fate is cruel, it won't send you to your deaths in vain. It will use its own methods to maintain a balance. Although the Battle of Spirit Creek will take place in the same small space, there will be an invisible suppression in that place. The further you go, the stronger the suppression. For example, if I enter that small space, I will only appear in the most central area, and if I go out, my cultivation will gradually be suppressed. On the contrary, if you enter with your current cultivation, you will only appear in the outermost area, and the cultivations of the people you encounter won't be too high. Therefore, when participating in the Battle of Spirit Creek, the higher your cultivation, the stronger the enemies you encounter will be. Of course, the Guardian Envoy's cultivation is at least 7th Order, and the Vice Envoys may be 7th Order or 6th Order. So there's such a good thing. Then there's no problem." Lu Yi became interested. Li Baxian glanced over at him. If it were an ordinary 5th Order boasting like this, he would definitely scoff, but this little junior brother of his, he really couldn't treat him as an ordinary 5th Order cultivator. After these days of teaching, he could feel Lu Ye's rapid growth. Shui Yuan said leisurely, "Blue Blood Sect is not eligible to sign up. The Battle of Spirit Creek requires the Guardian Envoys and Vice Envoys to participate together. How can you go alone? Unless you can find a Vice Envoy to accompany you." 2nd Senior Sister's word sounded like she didn't approve of Lu Yi participating in the Battle of Spirit Creek, but she wasn't completely certain. Lu Yi could naturally feel her concern, but as his 4th Senior Brother said, his 2nd Senior Sister and Sect Master could protect him for a while, but they couldn't protect him forever. Therefore, if he wanted to participate in the Battle of Spirit Creek, he would need to find a Vice Envoy. Where could he find one? A suitable candidate needed to be someone he could trust and had a high enough cultivation. Otherwise, bringing a 3rd or 4th Order cultivator with him would only be a burden. There were many rogue cultivators, but Lu Yi had never been in contact with them. Without even mentioning the issue of trust, it was likely that none of the rogue cultivators would be willing to participate in the Battle of Spirit Creek. After all, it was a place where people could die at any time. After thinking about it for a long time, Yang Kai still couldn't figure it out. After eating, as usual, he was beaten by his fourth senior brother and dragged by his second senior sister to treat his injuries. At night, he entered the station to cultivate. On this day, while Lu Yi was cultivating, he suddenly felt an invisible force surge out from Sky Secret Hall and radiate throughout the station. He frowned, got up, and walked towards Sky Secret Hall. When he came to the Sky Secret Pillar to investigate the situation, he quickly understood the whole story. The results of the sect's grade assessment had come out. This assessment was a result of Heaven's secret and could not be interfered with by humans. Originally, the Jade Blood sect was going to be removed from the rankings in this assessment. However, with the addition of him as a disciple, the sect was barely able to remain. This was also because the sect had one spirit C-stage cultivator and one true lake-stage cultivator. Otherwise, an ordinary sect would not be able to retain a rank of Tier 9 with just 3 people. Heaven's Secret had its own set of standards for the assessment of a sect's grade, but generally speaking, it was directly related to the number of cultivators in the sect and the level of their cultivation. After confirming that there was no problem somewhere, Lu Yi returned to the cultivation room to cultivate. The next day, in Jade Blood sect's main sect, 2 figures collided. Sword and saber collided, and a harsh sound of friction rang out. The 2 figures were in a stalemate. Blood burst out from Lu Ye's chest and abdomen. He quickly turned around and held his saber vigilantly. On the opposite side, Li Baxian lowered his head and looked at his chest. There was a faint trace of blood there. He smiled slightly, put away his sword, and turned to look at Lu Yi. "Little junior brother, you passed. I have nothing left to teach you. In the future, when you fight with enemies, just trust your saber." This was the first time in a month that Lu Yi had injured Li Baxian. At the same level of cultivation, Li Baxian was simply an invincible existence. This made Lu Yi realize the power of the 10th place on the Spirit Stream list. Lu Yi put away his saber and bowed respectfully. "Thank you for your guidance, senior brother." Li Baxian threw out his wine gourd, which immediately expanded. He jumped lightly and stood on top of it. "The results of the sect's grade assessment are out. I have to return to Pill Heart sect to prepare. Little junior brother, I'll come to see you next time. If you encounter any trouble on the battlefield, remember to tell me." With that, he waved at Shui Yuan and faced the direction of the main hall. He bowed solemnly and straightened his body. The gourd carried him and turned into a stream of light, quickly disappearing into the distance. He left as soon as he said he would. He was truly carefree. Lu Yi watched him leave and asked the question that had been in his heart for many days. "Second senior sister, since 4th senior brother came from our sect, why did he become a disciple of Pill Heart sect?" It seemed that he also had a 3rd senior brother who had joined another sect. However, 4th senior brother clearly treated this place as his home. The sect master and 2nd senior sister did not treat him as an outsider. He came and went as he pleased. Chapter 179. In the end, Lu Yi couldn't figure out the answer to this question because his 2nd senior sister didn't explain it to him. Maybe she didn't want to explain, or maybe she didn't think it was the right time. If she didn't say anything, Lu Yi naturally wouldn't ask. As usual, he soaked in the wooden tub full of medicinal liquid and was carefully treated by his 2nd senior sister. His injuries quickly improved. When it was almost evening, Lu Yi walked out refreshed, and Hoopa ran over to rub his head against him. During his time in the Blue Blood sect, Hoopa had clearly become much stronger. After all, he ate and slept well every day, and even swallowed a large number of spirit accumulation pills. Occasionally, he would run over to Lu Yi to eat a blood vein on his scales, so he was quite carefree. As for Lu Yi didn't know what she was busy with at the sect master's place. In the first few days, she was still following behind his 2nd senior sister and mysteriously told Lu Yi that she wanted to learn how to become a medical cultivator from his 2nd senior sister. Because along the way, Lu Yi had been injured too frequently. It was foreseeable that he would have to fight a lot in the future. So Yi's biggest wish was to become a medical cultivator. This way, even if she couldn't help much in battle, she could still treat Lu Ye's injuries after the battle. But after a few days, she disappeared. Lu Yi didn't know what happened, but it seemed that she wasn't learning well. As a result, she was now at the sect master's place every day. Perhaps she wanted to become a medical cultivator. As far as Lu Yi knew, the sect master was a medical cultivator named Seduso. He took out the scale armor and gave it to Hu Pa, who had leaned over and sucked on it. Hu Pa, who looked majestic, immediately stiffened and fell stiffly to the ground, his blood and qi churning. Second senior sister wasn't surprised. Lu Yi had told her about the origin of the scale armor. She had carefully studied it and determined that it had a strong body tempering effect. As long as one controlled their strength well and didn't refine too much at once, there wouldn't be any danger. Second senior sister also said that there must be some secret hidden under the dragon spring. Perhaps it was some kind of fortuitous encounter. If he was strong enough in the future, he could find an opportunity to take a look. Lu Yi still remembered that Han Jiyu from the Tai Luo sect. If it weren't for this woman exposing him at the Golden Light Summit, he wouldn't have had to fight so many Sixth Order cultivators. Lu Yi would remember this enmity. Sooner or later, he would get revenge. Lu Yi didn't pay any attention to Hu Pa, whose legs were kicking wildly as if he was about to die, and headed straight for the divination hall. A moment later, he appeared in the Tianji hall of the encampment. He raised his hand and tapped on the battlefield imprint to send out a message. Soon there was a response. There aren't many people who meet the conditions. I've asked around, but no one dares to go. There are two who aren't afraid of death, but one is a fifth order and the other is a fourth order. I don't think Brother Lu is willing to bring a burden with him. Previously, he had asked Qinyu to help him find suitable candidates to participate in the Battle of Spirit Creek. But now, it seemed that the situation was not optimistic. The Spirit Stream Garrison Battle was such a famous event that almost all cultivators had heard of it. However, the rogue cultivators gathered here generally didn't have high cultivations. Besides Chanyu, who was a Seventh Order cultivator, there were only a few Sixth Order cultivators left. All of these people were cautious, or in other words, timid. With their strength, they could already venture into the inner circle of the battlefield. The reason why they stayed in the outer circle was because they were afraid. Every time the Battle of Spirit Creek occurred, the casualties would be great. How could they dare to participate in this kind of thing? Even Qinyu didn't dare to agree. If he really had the courage to participate in the Battle of Spirit Creek, why would he stay in the outer circle? He would have run to the inner circle long ago. The rogue cultivators couldn't be counted on, and Lu Yi was already mentally prepared for this. Since that was the case, there was no other way. Lu Yi walked out of the divination hall and took out a foot-long fish from his storage bag. This fish was blood-red in color, as if it was made of blood jade. This was the blood-red trout of Moon Lake. Li Baxian had caught a lot of them during her stay in the Blue Blood sect, but most of them had been eaten. A small number had been taken by Lu Yi. A moment later, a huge shadow fell from the sky and landed in front of Lu Yi. A gust of wind blew past, causing Lu Ye's face to hurt. It was the gray eagle called Xiaohui. It lowered its head and pecked lightly, catching the blood-red trout in its mouth and swallowing it whole. Previously, second senior brother had said that Xiaohui liked to eat blood-red trout, so Lu Yi would occasionally bring a few over. However, it was impossible to get full from eating them. The difference in size was too great. Xiaohui held the foot-long blood-red trout in its mouth like it was an earthworm. However, Xiaohui really liked this kind of thing, so its attitude towards Lu Yi became much more cordial. For dozens of years, no one cared about it. It had been guarding the Blue Blood Sect station, never leaving. It was only when Lu Yi arrived that it gained a bit of vitality. After eating the fish, Xiaohui tilted its head and looked at Lu Yi, its eyes filled with anticipation. Lu Yi took out another one and tossed it over. Xiao Hui caught it accurately. Looking up at the eagle, Lu Yi said, "Xiao Hui, can you take me somewhere?" Little Gray looked down at him, then lowered its head and hooked Lu Ye's collar with its curved beak. Then, with a light flick, it threw Lu Yi onto its back. Lu Ye's face suddenly went black. "Just nod your head. I can get it myself." "You're making me lose face." Xiao Hui spread its wings, and the wind gradually howled. Lu Yi felt his body suddenly become weightless as he soared into the sky. He quickly crouched down on the eagle's back while pushing his spirit chi to resist the wind. An eagle's cry rang out, as if it was asking Lu Yi which direction to go. Lu Yi took out his 10-year-old map and pointed it in a certain direction. The giant eagle immediately flew in that direction. Lu Yi hurriedly activated his battlefield mark and sent a message back to his second senior sister. A moment later, he received a reply. "Be careful on the road. Come back soon." Crouching on the extremely spacious back of the eagle, Lu Yi truly understood what it meant to be as fast as lightning. Xiao Hui's speed was much faster than Tang Wu's flight-type spirit artifact. After all, this was a flying monster beast that had been around for several decades. Lu Yi seriously suspected that Xiao Hui's strength was comparable to a ninth-order master who had cultivated a heaven-grade secret art. However, due to the rules of the spirit stream battlefield, Xiao Hui was unable to break through. Thinking back to his second senior brother's artifact flight, Lu Yi couldn't help feeling a little fascinated. However, his current cultivation was still low, so if he wanted to fly, he would need to raise his realm. Generally, when a cultivator reached the 7th order, they would have the ability to fly, but if they wanted to, they would need to reach the 8th or 9th order. Only at that time would they have enough spirit chi to support flight for a period of time. After reaching the 9th order, one could switch to a heaven-grade secret art. Only by switching to a heaven-grade secret art would one be qualified to break through to the spirit stream realm and break through to the Cloud River realm. Once one reached the Cloud River realm, they would be able to fly. For Lu Yi, this was still a bit far away. Not only could Xiao Hui fly fast, but his endurance was also extremely high. After a full day and night, he finally landed to restore his strength. As for food, Lu Yi didn't need to worry about it, as he could easily catch some of it from the wild and even ran over to share it with Lu Yi. For Lu Yi, the only thing that made him uncomfortable was that he needed to constantly push his spirit chi to protect himself from being frozen or blown off by the wind. There was basically no one flying in the sky of the outer circle, so the journey was extremely smooth. It wasn't until 5 days later that Lu Yi arrived at his destination at dusk. According to the map, this was Ing Mountain. He wanted to participate in the Battle of Spirit Stream, but he couldn't count on the rogue cultivators, so Lu Yi could only find a helper himself. However, he didn't know many people, so after thinking about it, he thought of Hua Xiai. When he left Ing Mountain, this woman was a 5th order. After such a long time, she should be a 6th order cultivator. With such a cultivation, she was qualified to participate in the Battle of Spirit Stream. Most importantly, she was also a medical cultivator, so if he was injured, she could treat him. Of course, Lu Yi wouldn't force her to do anything. Everyone had their own aspirations, and Hua Xiai was a medical cultivator who practiced medicine to help the world. She might not be willing to participate in such a chaotic battle. This time he just came to give it a try. In addition, he had been saved twice, so the rogue cultivators didn't have a good time. Their situation wasn't safe either. Lu Yi thought that, if possible, he could bring Hua Xiai and the others to the Blue Blood sect, where they would at least have some guarantee of safety. He had thought about this when he left Ing Mountain, but at that time he didn't even know where the Blue Blood sect's gate was, so he naturally couldn't make any promises rashly. The giant eagle slowly descended, bringing up a gust of strong wind. The bamboo buildings in the surroundings emitted creaking sounds as one figure after another scuttled out from the bamboo buildings. Many pairs of eyes looked at the giant eagle in fear and helplessness. Lu Yi saw Hua Si and Wan Lingyu, as well as the burly Kong Yo, but there were a few more people he didn't know. Are they the new members of the Rogue Society recently? But what puzzled Lu Yi was that the cultivation of these unfamiliar faces was actually quite good. Among them, there was a 7th Order and a 6th Order. The 7th Order cultivators shouted, "Which fellow Taoist has graced us with his presence?" At the same time, he stared at Lu Yi vigilantly, secretly releasing his spirit qi. Lu Yi looked at Hua Si, and the smile on his face gradually faded. He saw an obvious scar on Hua Si's white neck, which should have been caused by a sharp weapon. Such an obvious scar meant that the injury wasn't light, and judging from the angle and position of the scar, it didn't look like it was caused by someone else. Instead, it looked like Hua Si had cut herself. Why did this woman choose to commit suicide? Lu Yi frowned. At that moment, Hua Si suddenly raised her hand and made a hand seal. A layer of gray qi visible to the naked eye swept out in all directions with her as the center. Wan Lingyu, who was standing next to Hua Si, immediately shouted, Quickly kill them! They are from Myriad Demon's Ridge." With a bang, Kong Yo rushed towards a 5th Order cultivator and instantly engaged in a fierce battle with a strange face that Lu Yi had never seen before. Kong Yo was now a 5th Order cultivator, so his opponent's strength was on par with his. But as soon as they clashed, the Myriad Demon Ridge cultivator was at a disadvantage, because mushroom-like things were rapidly growing out of his opponent's mouth and nose, disrupting his mind. Chapter 180. The 5th Order cultivator wasn't the only one who suffered such a fate. The unfamiliar faces were the same, especially the 7th Order cultivator. His situation was especially serious. Small mushrooms suddenly grew out of his 7 orifices, and he quickly wiped them away. Looking down, he saw that his hands were covered in blood. He quickly reacted and shouted, "Cheap slut, how dare you poison me?" As he spoke, he leaped up and charged towards Hua Si. Asterisk Kong, asterisk Lu Yi stepped off the eagle's back and rushed towards Hua Si and Wan Lingyu. He unsheathed his long saber and slashed horizontally. A fiery red light cut through the air, creating a shower of sparks as the huge force behind it forced the 7th Order master back. Lu Yi was also forced back 2 steps, but he quickly stabilized himself, stamped his foot on the floor of the bamboo house, and rushed out. 2 silhouettes, one advancing and one retreating. Clanking sounds could be heard as the 2 spirit weapons collided with each other. Lu Yi had never fought with a 7th Order cultivator since he started cultivating, so he immediately felt the pressure. However, he was now much stronger than he was during the battle at Golden Light Peak. Although his cultivation was still at the 5th Order, his killing skills had greatly improved under the tempering of his 4th senior brother. The mountain coiling saber in his hand seemed to have a life of its own, slashing out rays of light. In just a few breaths of time, Lu Yi found an opportunity to slash the 7th Order cultivator's chest and abdomen. The 7th Order cultivator's spirit qi protection was broken, and a foot-long wound appeared on his chest and abdomen. The 7th Order cultivator staggered back with a look of shock on his face. He obviously didn't expect to be injured by a 5th Order cultivator. He didn't have time to think as Lu Yi rushed forward again. After a few more breaths of time, another wound appeared on the 7th Order cultivator's body. The shock in his eyes had already turned into horror, because he found that this 5th Order Origin Realm cultivator who had appeared out of nowhere was even faster and stronger than himself. What frightened him even more was that the saber in his opponent's hand was extremely lethal, and once he was struck, he would definitely be injured. Double images appeared in front of his eyes, and his ears began to buzz. He didn't know what poison he had been poisoned with, but his spirit qi was rapidly draining away, accompanied by colorful mushrooms growing out of his orifices. These mushrooms were rapidly devouring his spirit qi. He had to end the battle quickly and capture that lowly servant girl to cure the poison. With that thought, he made a prompt decision. He reached into his storage bag and took out a spirit weapon, shouting, "Go!" The spirit artifact immediately turned into a stream of light and shot towards Lu Yi at lightning speed. A seventh order cultivator could already cultivate the way of artifact manipulation. When the stream of light appeared, Lu Ye's hair stood on end. A huge sense of crisis enveloped him. His eyes quickly fixed on the stream of light. Time seemed to slow down at this moment. He saw the angle and direction of the stream of light and saw the spirit weapon wrapped in the stream of light. Tempering his body in the dragon pond and the scales he obtained from the dragon pond not only strengthened his physique, but also his eyesight. In simple terms, his eyesight would be able to catch things faster, and at the same time his reaction would also be faster. They couldn't block it. At this moment, it was too late to swing his saber. The speed of the flowing light was too fast. When Lu Yi urged his spirit energy, a spirit inscription appeared on his chest. His spirit energy continued to pour into it. With a bang, the spirit energy exploded. Lu Yi grunted. He tasted something sweet in his throat, and his mouth was full of the taste of rust. His feet were firmly rooted to the ground, but his whole body was pushed by a powerful force. His feet plowed 2 deep marks on the ground. Yi! Wan Lingyu, who was standing next to Hua Xiai, exclaimed. Her face turned pale. At the same time, Hua Xiai gritted her teeth and changed her hand seal. Asterisk pu piu piu. Asterisk a series of muffled sounds rang out. The small mushrooms that grew out of the 7th order cultivator's orifices exploded one by one. Spores spread all over his face. The cultivator immediately screamed. His whole face seemed to have been poured with strong acid. It made a ripping sound as his flesh and blood became a mess. Lu Yi raised his saber and cut off the continuous stream of light on his chest. His figure rushed out, and under the horrified gaze of the 7th order cultivator, he stabbed with his saber. The mountain coiling saber, enhanced with sharpness spirit inscriptions, pierced through the cultivator's heart and came out from his back. Lu Yi pulled out the saber, and blood gushed out. Ah! Another scream rang out. Lu Yi turned his head and saw that the 6th order cultivator was being held in Xiao Hui's beak. He didn't know how he provoked Xiao Hui, or if Xiao Hui took the initiative to attack him. The huge beak closed, and the cultivator was split in half. Blood and internal organs poured out. At the same time, Kong Niu also finished off his opponent. In terms of strength, Kong Niu might not be a match for Hua Xiai. After all, he had just reached the 5th order. However, these outsiders were all unknowingly poisoned by Hua Xi's poison. When Hua Xiai detonated the hidden poison, their strength decreased. In the middle of a life-and-death battle, small mushrooms suddenly grew out of one's orifices. Anyone would be frightened, especially when those small mushrooms were rapidly absorbing one's spirit qi to grow. The hasty battle ended. Lu Yi shook off the blood on his long saber and returned it to its sheath. He rubbed his stuffy chest. Although the defensive spirit inscriptions had blocked the damage of the spiritual weapon, there was no way to alleviate the force of the collision. Who is it? Lu Yi frowned. He had just arrived here and hadn't realized what had happened. Hua Xiai suddenly attacked, followed by Wan Lingyu's shout, and the battle broke out. A few stray dogs from the inner circle, Hua Xiai explained faintly. She looked at Lu Yi with concern. Are you okay? Lu Yi shook his head. Come in and talk. Hua Xiai walked into the bamboo house. Lu Yi raised his foot and followed. Wan Lingyu stayed outside and cleaned up the battlefield with Kong Niu and the others. After entering the house, Hua Xiai poured him a glass of water. Lu Yi saw a trace of relief in her tired face. Obviously, she hadn't been doing well during this time. Lu Yi took a sip of water. Are we being targeted? Although Hua Xiai didn't say much, Lu Yi could vaguely guess what was going on. He had been worried about this since he was in Ying Mountain. Hua Xiai was quite famous in the nearby market. many injured cultivators would come to her for treatment. Although they could earn some cultivation resources by doing this if they were targeted by a powerful cultivator from the myriad Devil Ridge one day, the people of the Scattered Wandering Club would not be able to resist. However, this was the outermost circle of the battlefield. Hua Xiai herself was a fifth-order cultivator, and the Scattered Wanderers Club had more or less enough power to protect themselves. However, life couldn't always be so smooth. In the end, Hua Xiai was targeted. At first, it was because a seventh-order cultivator was injured. He came to Hua Xiai for treatment because of her reputation. The other party was from the Myriad Demon Ridge camp. Hua Xiai naturally didn't want to, but because her fists weren't as big as his, she could only treat him. After the seventh-order cultivator's injury was healed, he refused to leave and made an even more excessive request. He wanted Hua Xiai to earn spirit stones for him to cultivate. In his view, a Scattered Wanderer's medical cultivator was a money tree. As long as he could control Hua Xiai, this money tree, he wouldn't have to take the risk of going to the inner circle. It was because he was injured in a fight in the inner circle that he ran back to the outer circle. This situation had been going on for more than 20 days. During these days, Hua Xiai gave all the spirit stones she earned in the market to the other party in exchange for the safety of Wan Lingyu and the others. Where are the others? The last time she came, there were still a dozen people from the Scattered Wanderers Club, but this time there were only 3 left. They were killed. Hua Xiai sighed. The seventh-order cultivator wanted to control Hua Xiai, but Kong Niu and the others were unwilling. A conflict broke out between them and the Scattered Wanderers Club, and only a few people were left. If it weren't for Hua Xiai threatening with her own life, she was afraid that the entire Scattered Wanderers Club would have been killed. That was how the scar on her neck came to be. Until today, when Lu Yi suddenly came, Hua Xiai almost didn't hesitate to take action because she knew that no matter what Lu Yi came here for, once he understood her situation, he would definitely take action. Since that was the case, she had to take the initiative. Fortunately, Lu Yi was stronger than she imagined and smoothly took care of the seventh-order cultivator. Noticing Lu Ye's gaze, Hua Xiai raised her hand to cover the scar and showed her usual gentle smile. Anyway, I have to thank you. Lu Yi waved his hand. Without me, they probably wouldn't have lived long. He did not know what Hua Xiai had done to those people, but Lu Yi had seen the miserable state they were in just now. He knew that even without him, Hua Xiai would be able to kill those people after some time. Of course, she would have to take some risks. Hua Xiai was a medical cultivator, but medical cultivators could also kill. According to Lu Ye's knowledge, there were some medical cultivators who liked to use poison and were called poison doctors. These people could often kill people without leaving a trace, and those who were killed by them all died miserable deaths. Let's not talk about me. What about you, the famous Lu Yi? Why are you here instead of enjoying life in the Blue Blood sect? Did you lose something here? She had obviously heard about the battle at the Golden Light Summit. Veins popped out on Lu Ye's forehead. My name is Lu Yi. Oh, Hua Xiai looked surprised. I remember someone telling me that his surname is Lu and his name is Yi. Was he lying to me? She looked at Lu Yi faintly and slowly shook her head. Sure enough, men's words can't be trusted. She sighed again, but forget it, who told you to save me? As the old saying goes, if you can't repay a life-saving grace, you can only repay it with your body. Her tone gradually weakened. Lu Yi raised his brow and looked at Hua Xiai, only to see her lowering her head shyly. As she spoke, the jade hand covering her neck slowly slid down and rested on her lapel. Lu Yi suddenly felt his mouth go dry and his eyes go blank. Isn't this happiness coming too fast? The hero saves the beauty, and the beauty throws herself into his arms. Does this also happen to me? Hua Xiai smoothed out the wrinkles on her lapel. Her movements meticulous, Lu Yi looked up and met a pair of teasing eyes. Lu Yi closed his eyes and took a deep breath, looking forward to seeing this woman in front of him. I really am a piece of shit. Chapter 181. Inside the bamboo house. Hua Si smiled sweetly while Lu Yi looked indignant. After a while, Hua Si chuckled and said, "You saved me once and I saved you twice. You still owe me one. Even if you want to repay me with your body, you should be the one to repay me with your body." What you said makes sense. Lu Yi nodded. How could he refuse such a good thing? As he spoke, he took 2 steps forward and undressed. Hua Si's smile remained as she looked at him. Lu Yi unbuttoned his shirt and was about to take off his pants when Hua Si's eyebrows twitched. "Sister Hua Si." Ling Yu suddenly pushed the door open and entered. She met Lu Ye's gaze, who was unbuttoned and holding up his pants. The atmosphere suddenly became quiet. "Sorry to disturb you." Ling Yu quickly retreated and gently closed the door. Her heart was beating wildly and her cheeks were burning. She didn't know when Hua Si and Brother Yi, no wonder Brother Yi came all the way here to find Sister Hua Si. In the room, Lu Yi slowly put on his clothes and nodded at Hua Si. "You're amazing." Hua Si took a sip of water and said lazily, "So, what are you here for this time?" Lu Yi calmed himself down and explained his purpose of coming. Hua Si nodded. "I see. I'll think about it." Lu Yi didn't force her. This kind of thing couldn't be forced. "Okay, take your time to think about it." He turned around and walked out. He saw Kong Nyo standing there and their eyes met. Kong Nyo forced a smile that was uglier than crying at Lu Yi. Wan Lingyu stood aside with a red face, as if she didn't dare to look at Lu Yi. From time to time, she would steal glances. Lu Yi felt the need to explain to her that the little girl seemed to be frightened just now. However, before he could say anything, Wan Lingyu spoke first. "Brother Yi, you're done so quickly?" After saying that, she realized that her words were inappropriate and continued, "I mean, don't you need to spend more time with Sister Hua Si?" Lu Yi took a deep breath and decided not to say anything. The door behind him opened and Hua Si stepped out. "I've thought about it." "So fast?" Lu Yi was stunned. "Aren't you pretty fast too?" Hua Si teased. Lu Yi stared at Hua Si's slender, fair neck and resisted the urge to strangle her to death. She suddenly realized that she had made a terrible mistake in coming to Hua Si. This kind of woman should be left to fend for herself. Hua Si explained to Wan Lingyu and Kong Nyo, "You've heard that Yi is a disciple of the Jade Blood Sect. He's here to bring us to the Jade Blood Sect. I've decided to go with him. If you two are willing, you can come with us. If not, you can go on your own." Only then did Wan Lingyu understand why Lu Yi had come all the way here. She nodded excitedly. "I'm willing." Kong Nyo remained silent and only nodded slightly. "Shall we go then?" Hua Si looked at Lu Yi. "Let's go." Lu Yi waved his hand. Things went unexpectedly, smoothly this time. Originally, he was wondering if he should persuade Hua Si if she refused, but he didn't expect her to agree so readily. It must have something to do with what happened to the Scattered Wanderers Club. Originally, the club had 11 members, but now only 3 were left. This time, Lu Yi happened to be there and helped Hua Si kill the 7th Order cultivator, but there was no guarantee that she wouldn't encounter such a thing again. She wouldn't be so lucky every time. Going to the Jade Blood Sect with Lu Yi was different. With Lu Ye's help, she shouldn't encounter such a thing again. The back of the giant eagle was very spacious, more than enough for 4 people to sit on. When the giant eagle flapped its wings and soared into the sky, Kong Nyo's face instantly turned pale and Wan Lingyu screamed. Only Hua Si remained calm, but her clenched fists showed the uneasiness in her heart. After the initial discomfort, Wan Lingyu soon became excited. She opened her arms and shouted from time to time. Even Hua Si looked down from time to time, like a little girl who had never seen the world. Kong Nyo sat upright, his face as pale as paper. Lu Yi saw that he was in a bad state and asked with concern, "Kong Niu, are you okay?" Kong Niu's lips squirmed, and he spat out a few words with difficulty. "I'm fine, it's too high." Hua Xiai and Ruan Lingyu both looked at Kong Niu in surprise. They didn't expect this tall and sturdy man to have such a weak side. It took Lu Yi almost 5 days to get here, and it was the same on the way back. A few days later, the giant eagle landed on the square of the Jade Blood Sect station. Several people jumped down one by one. Kong Niu knelt on the ground with a thud, gasping for breath, like a drowning man crawling out of the water. The little girl, Ruan Lingyu, patted his back gently. Hua Xiai held her hands in front of her stomach and looked around. "Is this the Jade Blood Sect station?" Lu Yi took out a blood-red trout to reward Xiao Hui and nodded. "It's a bit desolate. After all, no one has taken care of it for decades." After eating a few blood-red trout, Xiao Hui spread his wings and flew away, landing on a nearby mountain. Lu Yi urged the battlefield mark to send a message to his second senior sister to report that he was safe. Only then did he lead Hua Xiai and the others to walk around the station. Speaking of which, Lu Yi didn't know much about his own station. There were many places that he hadn't been to before. The place he went the most was the cultivation room, where he mainly cultivated. This exploration had its own fun. After finding a place for Hua Xiai and the others to stay, he led Hua Xiai and the others to walk around the market. It was Lu Ye's first time coming to the market. Chen Yu didn't know where he got the news and hurried to receive him. He seemed to think that Lu Yi was here to investigate the market, so he was very careful. He was naturally more attentive to Hua Xiai and the others, who followed Lu Yi and obviously had a special relationship with him. The market of the Jade Blood Sect was not small. It was larger than any of the markets that Lu Yi had seen before. It was located at the outermost area of the station. Rogue cultivators were cautious people. Even if no one had come to the Jade Blood Sect station for decades, they still didn't dare to go inside. Therefore, although it was bustling here, it didn't affect the station much. On the contrary, it was more lively. Having a market here was actually more convenient for Lu Yi because he mainly consumed spirit pills when he cultivated. However, he had more spirit stones now, so he could use spirit stones to buy spirit pills here. When Chen Yu learned that Hua Xiai was a medical cultivator, his attitude became even more enthusiastic. There were very few medical cultivators here. Once they were injured in a fight, those in good conditions would take some healing pills, while those in poor conditions could only rely on themselves to slowly recover. It was foreseeable that if Hua Xiai opened a medical clinic here, business would definitely be booming. After walking around, Hua Xiai and the others more or less understood this place. Lu Yi told them to act on their own and left. He hadn't returned to the sect for more than 10 days. Although he had sent a message to his second senior sister to tell her that he was safe, she was still a little worried. When he returned to the sect through the Tianji Pillar, his second senior sister had already prepared a table of medicinal dishes. Lu Yi stuffed himself with food, but without his fourth senior brother beside him, it was a little less lively. Shui Yuan's didn't eat much, so she made them for Lu Yi. She picked up some food for Lu Yi and said, "If you think the people you brought back are trustworthy, you can accept them into the sect." Lu Ye's mouth was muffled. "Can I?" Shui Yuan smiled. "You're the guardian, so you have the right to decide whether to accept people or not. Before, you didn't accept people because of the situation, but now that you've opened your mouth, it doesn't matter anymore. Not only do you have to accept them, but you have to accept more. This is related to the future of the sect, and you can accept as many as you want. This way, if something happens at the station in the future, such as being declared war, you'll have people you can use." "Got it. You can consider the matter of accepting people on your own." The old man, and I don't have any objections. Those rogue cultivators don't matter, but if you want to accept them into the sect, you have to bring them back to the sect. I have to register them and investigate their origins. Yes, While they were eating, Yi ran over and sat beside Lu Yi, looking at him with a smile. "What's the good news?" Lu Yi looked at her. "Nothing." Yi shook her head. "I haven't seen you for a few days, so I came to see you." "So mysterious." Lu Yi swallowed the food in his mouth. "Right, I have something to tell you. Do you still remember that girl Lingyu?" "Yes, and Sister Hua Si and the others." Yi nodded, then suddenly became nervous. "What happened to them?" "Something happened at the Scattered Wanderers Society, and only 3 of them are left." "Don't worry, Hua Si and Lingyu are fine. I've already brought them to the station." Yi's eyes widened. "You brought Lingyu to the station?" After saying this, she rushed out and said, "I'll go see Lingyu." Then he heard Yi shout, "Hoopa, hoopa!" "Wait for me." Lu Yi turned around and shouted, but there was no response. He couldn't help but shake his head. "You're in such a hurry." After finishing everything on the table in 2 or 3 bites, Lu Yi patted his stomach and stood up. "Second senior sister. I'll bring her into the station." "Go!" Shui Yuan's replied and cleaned up the dishes. Lu Yi walked out and looked around, but he couldn't find Yi and Hoopa. In the end, he confirmed that they were no longer in the sect. Walking into the station, he finally found Yi, who was chatting happily with Lingyu. Lu Yi looked at her in confusion. "How did you get in here?" Yi was Hoopo's companion soul, and Hoopo was Yi's pet beast. Logically speaking, without Lu Yi and the others, they couldn't enter the station. Yi raised her right hand proudly. As she circulated her spiritual power, a battlefield imprint appeared on the back of her hand. Lu Yi was surprised. "You have a battlefield imprint too? The sect master branded it for me." Yi giggled. "I'm also a disciple of the Jade Blood sect." That worked. Lu Yi was a little shocked, but then again this was a good thing. If Yi had a battlefield imprint, she could enter and leave the station with Hoope at any time and wouldn't be restricted by Lu Yi. "So you're my junior sister?" Lu Yi suddenly reacted. Yi stood up and bowed respectfully to Lu Yi. "Jade Blood sect disciple Lu Yi greets senior brother Yi." Lu Yi immediately raised his hand to slap her. "I think you're looking for a beating." Yi shrieked and immediately hid behind Hua Si. Then she stuck her little head out and stuck her tongue out at Lu Yi. Chapter 182. On the second day after bringing Hua Si and the others back, Lu Yi used her authority as a guardian to bring them back to the sect after consulting with the 3 of them. Shui Yuan used her status as a palm guardian to brand Hua Si and the others with the Jade Blood sect's battlefield mark. After paying respects to the sect master, Hua Si and the others officially became disciples of the Jade Blood sect. At this point, including Yi, the Jade Blood sect had 5 disciples in the spirit stream realm. Wan Lingyu was very happy, and even the dull Kong Nyo smiled a little more. Their days as rogue cultivators had been very poor, but from today onwards, they were members of a sect. As for Hua Si, Lu Yi could feel that she didn't have a strong desire to join a sect. If she really wanted to join a sect, with her current status as a 6th order medical cultivator, she could go to any sect in the outer circle and be valued. Medical cultivators would always be indispensable talents in any sect. This time, she was willing to join the Jade Blood sect because of her previous experience. She wanted Wan Lingyu and Kong Nyo to have a more stable life, and also because of Lu Yi. Now that she thought about it, she had the idea of recruiting Lu Yi into the Scattered Society, but she didn't mention it because she considered which great force Lu Yi belonged to. In the end, the Scattered Society was gone, and she joined the Jade Blood sect. It could only be said that the world was wonderful beyond words. After becoming a disciple of the Jade Blood sect, she would receive a monthly salary. This was a benefit that every sect had. It was the first time she received her monthly salary from Shui Yuan. Wan Lingyu smiled and cried, and Yi comforted her for a while. In the cultivation room of the sect, Lu Yi spent a lot of effort to construct spirit gathering spirit runes in several rooms. This way, when Huasi and the others cultivated here in the future, their efficiency would be higher. Now that they had joined the Jade Blood sect, their second senior sister gave them a lot of monthly salary, so they didn't have to worry about cultivation resources for a short time. Walking out of the cultivation room, Huasi was waiting outside. She had just entered her cultivation room to test it out and found that the world energy inside was unbelievably rich. She was really shocked by Lu Ye's work and vaguely understood why Lu Ye's cultivation could improve so quickly. "What's the matter?" Lu Yi looked at her. Huasi said, "You went to Ing Mountain to find me because of the Spirit Stream garrison battle." "Who told you that?" Lu Yi was surprised. He hadn't had the chance to tell Huasi about this yet. He had originally planned to discuss it with her in 2 days, but he hadn't expected her to have received the news in advance. "Chinyi said so. He said that you wanted to find someone from the loose cultivators to accompany you, but there wasn't anyone suitable." Lu Yi nodded. "I do have such considerations. Why didn't you tell me then? Are you afraid that I would drag you?" "That's not it. I just didn't have the time. Since you know, what do you think? You sex the sex stream. Is a sect sex a sect? Lu Yi sect. Sex Lu sex. If a fifth order like you isn't afraid, why should a sixth order be?" Huasi smiled sweetly. Lu Yi nodded and turned to walk towards Divine's secret hall. But after walking a short distance, he came back and looked at Huasi seriously. "The garrison envoys of other sects have at least a seventh order. It will be dangerous if you go in. Are you really going?" "Yes." Huasi pursed her lips and smiled. "If I don't go, who will collect your corpse?" Lu Yi snorted and turned to leave. Soon, he arrived at Divine's secret hall. Using his authority as a garrison envoy, he connected to the Divine's secret pillar and spent 500 merit points to buy a blessing. In an instant, he felt some wonderful changes take place inside the Divine secret pillar in front of him. Accompanied by a cracking sound, the Divine secret pillar rotated twice. Immediately after, the surrounding heaven and earth spiritual chi began to surge and become denser. This was the effect of the Divine secret pillar's blessing. The original Divine secret pillar could only make the world energy in the sex station 10% richer than in the wild. Another blessing could increase it by another 10%. In other words, the world energy in blue blood sex station was 20% richer than in the wild. Lu Yi tried to buy another blessing, but failed because he had run out of merit points. According to the feedback from his garrison envoy Mark, the second blessing would cost 1,000 merit points. He didn't know how much the third one would cost. Fourth senior brother had said before that the Divine secret pillar's blessing would become more expensive the further it was used. So this kind of thing wasn't something a single cultivator could afford. It required the efforts of the entire sect to accumulate merit points. In addition, Lu Yi as a garrison envoy could make some adjustments to the range of the Divine secret pillar's blessing. He could limit the effect of this blessing to certain areas. In other words, if he wanted to, this blessing couldn't be applied to the market where the rogue cultivators were. With this blessing, Blue Blood Sex Station would be eligible to sign up for the Spirit Stream garrison battle. Lu Yi fiddled with it for a while before figuring out how to sign up. As the Divine secret pillar fell, the battlefield envoy Mark heated up slightly and a lot of information poured into his mind. There were still a few days before the Spirit Stream garrison battle officially began. And before that, Lu Yi could raise his cultivation to the 6th order. He was now only one step away from that realm. This was the reason why he wanted to participate in the Spirit Stream garrison battle. If he was only a 5th order, he would still be a little weak, but if he reached the 6th order, the situation would be different. Blue Blood Sect's main sect, inside the main hall of the garrison peak, Lu Yi and Huasi came together. "Sect Master, were you looking for us?" Lu Yi cupped his fists and saluted, while Huasi also performed a disciple salute. The sect master, who was standing there, turned around and asked, "Your second senior sister said that you are preparing to participate in the Spirit Stream Garrison Battle and have already signed up." "Yes. It's good to see the world." The sect master nodded slightly. Blue Blood Sect hasn't accepted any disciples for several dozen years, but now that you've joined, the sect has become much livelier. Unfortunately, these old bones of mine can't help you much. Last time, I almost killed you. Lu Yi quickly said, "Since this disciple has joined Blue Blood Sect, it is only natural for this disciple to take care of the sect's grievances. Moreover, this disciple was able to turn misfortune into fortune in the end thanks to the sect's prestige. So sect master doesn't need to worry about it." The sect master stroked his beard. "It's hard for you to think so." Letting out a sigh, he said, "Come with me, I'll take you to a place." Saying so, the sect master walked out with Lu Yi and Hua Ci hurriedly following. Outside the main hall, the sect master waved his sleeve and sent out a burst of spiritual energy, wrapping Lu Yi and Hua Ci up before flying up into the sky. A moment later, they landed on top of a spirit stream peak. Lu Yi turned his head and saw the garrison peak not far away. In other words, this place was not far from the garrison peak, so it was likely they were still inside Blue Blood Sect's main sect. At the top of the garrison peak was a building that looked like a palace but wasn't. It had a strange shape. Standing in front of the building, the sect master turned back to Lu Yi and Hua Ci and said, "Wait here." Turning around, the sect master straightened his expression and walked forward. Outside the hall, Hua Ci touched Lu Ye's arm and their eyes met, inquiring. Lu Yi slowly shook his head. He had never been here before and didn't know why the sect master had brought him and Hua Ci here. Just as he was feeling puzzled, he suddenly heard a woman's voice from inside. "Old thing, you actually have the face to come find me?" Lu Yi was startled. There was actually someone here. Just as he was feeling surprised, a gust of wind blew over, and with Lu Ye's eyesight, he vaguely saw a black shadow fly out of the building and hit a big tree outside, causing a loud bang. With his clothes fluttering, Lu Ye's cheeks were stung by the wind. Turning around, he narrowed his eyes and his expression changed greatly. Quickly stepping forward with Hua Ci, he helped the sect master up from the ground. The sect master's left eye was bruised and there was a clear fist mark. Sect master, this. Lu Yi had no idea what had happened, only that a woman lived here and that woman had punched the sect master. It's fine, it's fine. The sect master gently patted the clothes on his chest and explained to Lu Yi, "An old friend of this old master lives here. Her personality is a bit irritable. I'll go talk to her again. You just wait here." Lu Yi and Hua Ci watched speechlessly as the sect master walked into the building again. "Scram, if you dare come in again, this old lady will break all 3 of your legs." There was another angry roar. Then the sect leader was sent flying again. He crashed into the same tree and slowly slid down. This time the sect master's right eye was also bruised, 2 fist marks, one on the left and one on the right, extremely symmetrical. "Sect master." Lu Yi couldn't bear to watch. The sect master raised his hand. "It's fine. Just let her vent her anger." Standing up, he walked forward for the 3rd time. Even if there were millions of people, he would still go. Soon, spiritual energy fluctuations came from inside again, accompanied by a woman's cursing. Lu Yi and Hua Ci stood outside and trembled with fear, fearing that the sect master would be thrown out again. But this time, the sect master wasn't thrown out, and the cursing inside gradually stopped. The situation developed a bit too quickly, and Lu Yi couldn't wrap his head around it. Hua Ci leaned over and whispered in his ear, "The person living here is most likely one of the sect master's old lovers." "Nonsense." Lu Yi rolled his eyes. "Didn't you see the sect master get hammered?" Hua Ci chuckled. "You're still young. You don't understand women." "You do? I'm a woman. Of course I understand." Hua Ci puffed out her chest. Lu Yi felt that what she said made a lot of sense and was suddenly speechless. After a while, the sect master's dignified voice came from inside. "Come in, both of you." Lu Yi and Hua Xiai immediately straightened their faces and respectfully answered, "Yes," before walking into the building one after the other. After stepping through the door and entering the interior, Lu Ye's expression was stunned. This building didn't look big from the outside, but the inside was a completely different world. On the walls of the entire building, mysterious spirit patterns swam like fish, appearing and disappearing from time to time, changing unpredictably. He looked at the spirit patterns and was surprised that he didn't recognize a single one. They were in a large hall, and the sect master was standing there. Beside him stood a graceful woman. The woman's age seemed to be a mystery. At first glance, she seemed to be in her 20s, but if one looked carefully, there was a sense of vicissitudes in her eyes. Chapter 183. The woman couldn't be too young because the sect leader said that she was an old friend of his. Conservatively speaking, she should be someone from the same generation as the sect leader. She looked young because of her beauty. "This is Madame Yin," the sect leader introduced. Lu Yi and Hua Xiai both bowed. "Greetings, Madame Yin." Madame Yin nodded slightly and looked at Lu Yi from head to toe. She said, "That old fart said that you had some fortuitous encounter in the spirit stream battlefield, and one of them was the inheritance of a spirit tattooist." She didn't know how this misunderstanding got out, but it probably had something to do with his ability to activate spirit tattoos in battle. Lu Yi turned to look at the sect leader, who nodded slightly. Lu Yi replied, "Yes." No matter how he thought about it, the talent tree was related to the inheritance of a spirit tattooist. "Activate your spirit tattoos for me to see," Madame Yun instructed. Lu Yi hesitated for a moment before opening his palm and activating a defensive spirit tattoo. Madame Yun revealed a look of surprise. This speed! She only heard from the sect leader that this little guy called Lu Ye's fortuitous encounter was related to a spirit tattooist, so she didn't ask too much. Only now did she know that this little guy in front of her had mastered spirit tattoos to the extent that he could activate them at will. Search. However, she was also an experienced and knowledgeable person. If the disciples of those top sects studied spirit tattoos from a young age, they might have a chance to do it. She stepped forward and lowered her head to check the spirit tattoo in Lu Ye's hand. "This is a defensive. Your spirit tattoo." She suddenly frowned. No one knew what she had discovered, but she actually grabbed Lu Ye's hand and looked at it seriously. Lu Yi cast a pleading look at the sect leader. The sect leader slowly shook his head, indicating for him to calm down. After a long while, Madame Yun put down Lu Ye's hand and fell into deep thought with a leisurely expression. Seeing this, the sect leader asked, "What's wrong with his spirit tattoo?" "There's no problem." Madame Yun shook her head. "It's just a little different from the spirit tattoos of the 9 provinces, but it's more reasonable. As for the specific differences, we still have to do some comparisons." As she spoke, she looked at Lu Yi. "Do you know any other spirit tattoos?" Lu Yi said truthfully, "I know 3 more." "Show it to me." Lu Yi activated sharpness, spirit gathering, and blood stain one by one. After careful inspection, Madame Yun said with certainty, "The inheritance you obtained is somewhat extraordinary. The person who left behind this inheritance must have extremely high attainments in the path of spiritual tattoos." Oh, the headmaster was surprised. It was rare to hear Madame Yun have such a high evaluation of others. He asked curiously, "How is he compared to you?" Madame Yun shook her head. "He's more powerful than me. This person's Tao of spirit veins has already surpassed the current system of the 9 provinces. It's another way of displaying it, but every type of spirit veins is much more powerful than the ones in the 9 provinces." She looked at Lu Yi again. "How much do you know about the Tao of spirit veins?" Lu Yi sweated. "I only know how to use these 4 spirit runes." I don't know anything else. Madame Yin was surprised. She laughed in spite of herself and said, "It seems that the inheritance you received is not complete. This is a common occurrence." There were indeed many fortuitous encounters in the spirit stream battlefield. There were also many people who obtained inheritances left behind by unknown experts. However, some inheritances became incomplete due to various reasons. From Madame Yen's point of view, Lu Yi could activate the 4 spirit runes as he wished, but he didn't know much about spiritual tattoos. This was obviously the reason why the inheritance was incomplete. A complete inheritance would at least allow Lu Yi to understand the construction method and basic characteristics of spiritual tattoos. In the future, you can come and visit me often. You provide me with these spirit runes to study, and in return, I can teach you some knowledge about spiritual tattoos. How about it? As soon as she said this, the headmaster, who was standing beside Madame Yin, shot a glance at Lu Yi. Lu Yi understood tacitly. "Yes, thank you, Senior." Madame Yin nodded with a smile. Her expression when looking at Lu Yi became much more amiable. The headmaster coughed lightly. "Don't forget about the proper business. Follow me." Madame Yin walked to the side as she spoke. She led the 3 of them through a long corridor and arrived at a room. The room wasn't big, and there was a bed in the middle. There was also a stool at the side. After entering the room, Madame Yin formed a seal with one hand and tapped lightly on the wall. Spiritual energy surged, and the entire room became brightly lit, as if a few strong lamps were shining. However, the light wasn't intense, but rather gentle. "Take off your clothes and climb on," Madame Yin instructed. Lu Yi didn't understand. The headmaster said, "Madame Yin will tattoo a spiritual tattoo on your body. This type of spiritual tattoo is called an inscription. It can display the effects of a spiritual tattoo. Perhaps it will be of some help in the Battle of Lingxi." This was the first time Lu Yi heard of such a thing, and he was instantly curious. However, thinking that this was the reason why the headmaster brought him and Huasiai here, he didn't hesitate. He took off his clothes and climbed on the bed. Madame Yin sat on a stool at the side and took out a jade box. She opened it, and inside the jade box were thin needles of different lengths. "Where is it?" Madame Yin extended her hand to the headmaster. The headmaster took out a bottle and handed it to her. She opened the bottle and sniffed it lightly. She raised her eyebrows and said, "The blood of a true lake-stage great demon. Which demonic beast is it?" The headmaster replied, "Huafeng." "That's rare." Madame Yin nodded, then teased, "It's rare for you to be so generous." The headmaster looked embarrassed and didn't reply. Madame Yin took out a long needle from the jade box and immersed it in Huafeng's blood. She activated her spiritual energy, and the long needle immediately seemed to come to life. It drank the demonic beast's blood and instantly turned dark red. She lifted the long needle and pressed it on Lu Ye's shoulder blade. "It will hurt a little. Bear with it." As her voice fell, she took the long needle and pierced it into Lu Ye's back. Lu Yi immediately felt as if he was being pricked by a needle, followed by a burning pain. This pain wasn't intense, but it made one's heart itch, making it difficult to endure. He gritted his teeth. Madame Yen's hand was very steady. She changed the thin needles in her hand one after another. Her movements were sometimes fast and sometimes slow. Even her spiritual energy fluctuations were constantly changing with her movements. Huasiai stood to the side and watching as a strange spiritual tattoo pattern slowly appeared on Lu Ye's back. After a full 2 hours, the last needle was inserted. Madame Yin breathed a sigh of relief and gently patted Lu Ye's back. "It's done." Lu Yi stood up and sensed his surroundings. He could faintly feel that there was something behind him. It was a strange feeling, as if it had merged with his body, but it also felt like an external object. He could feel that if he channeled his spiritual energy, he could even activate it. The headmaster explained from the side, Your current cultivation is still low, so it's not suitable for you to tattoo permanent spiritual tattoos. This time, Madame Yun gave you a temporary tattoo. If you encounter a powerhouse you can't defeat, you can activate it with your spiritual energy, and it will give you the ability to fly. This spiritual tattoo is called Flying Wings. Madame Yun added, if you use it with all your strength, it can only allow you to fly for 6 hours at most. Any longer, and this tattoo will lose its effect. A flying spiritual tattoo. Lu Ye's heart trembled as he felt the headmaster's concern. He and Hua Si were going to participate in the spirit stream battle, so they couldn't improve their strength too much. But with this Flying Wings tattoo, even if they encountered a powerhouse they couldn't defeat, they would have a chance to escape. However, the price of this tattoo was not small, not to mention the need for a skilled craftsman like Madame Yun. Even Huafeng's blood was a rare treasure. Using the blood of a true lake realm great monster on a spirit stream realm cultivator like Lu Yi was really a waste. Lu Yi was deeply moved. What are you waiting for? Madame Yun suddenly asked with a sullen face. The headmaster and Lu Yi hurriedly walked out awkwardly. The door was tightly shut. The headmaster led Lu Yi out of the main hall. Flying requires practice to master the basics. Do you want to try it now? The headmaster asked. I was thinking the same thing. Lu Yi nodded, feeling a little excited. Although Yang Kai had experience flying through the air before, he had always been carried by others and had never tried flying himself. He had thought that he would only have the opportunity to do so after reaching the 8th or 9th order, but now he could experience it in advance. Although the Flying Wing tattoo could only last for a total of 6 hours, what the headmaster said was right. This kind of thing still needed to be practiced before one could grasp the essentials. Otherwise, if one really waited for danger to descend before flying, who knows what kind of mistake would occur. Pushing his spirit chi, Lu Yi poured it into his back and activated the Flying Wings tattoo. With a loud crash, a pair of fiery red wings appeared on his left and right shoulder blades. These wings weren't thick and were instead somewhat thin, and from the shape of the wings, they looked like the wings of some kind of monster beast. Lu Yi estimated that these wings should be similar to Huafeng's. With a thought, Lu Yi flapped his wings lightly, causing a gust of wind to howl. Suddenly, Lu Ye's whole body transformed into a fiery streak of light as he slammed into a certain direction. The headmaster waved his hand, and a soft stream of spirit chi wrapped around Lu Yi, holding him in place mid-air. Looking at a large tree not far in front of him, Lu Ye's forehead dripped with cold sweat. Fortunately, the headmaster was nearby watching over him. Otherwise, he would have been seriously injured. The headmaster slowly withdrew his spirit chi, and Lu Yi once again controlled the spirit chi wings behind him to try to fly. After repeated failures and thrills, Lu Yi slowly began to master the trick and was gradually able to fly steadily, but he still didn't dare to fly too fast. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to control himself. After half an hour, Lu Yi completely let go of the Flying Wings tattoo and flew back and forth in the air, clearly having a lot of fun. Considering the duration of the Flying Wings tattoo, Lu Yi reluctantly flew down, the fiery red wings behind him slowly disappearing. This Flying Wings tattoo was definitely an escape tool. The only drawback was that it consumed a lot of spirit chi. After half an hour, Lu Yi felt that he only had about 30% of his spirit chi left. So unless it was absolutely necessary, he couldn't use the Flying Wings tattoo casually. After waiting for a moment, Hua Si came out. The headmaster brought Lu Yi forward to say goodbye to Madame Yun. Madame Yun waved her hand and turned around to enter the room. Lu Yi raised his eyebrows at Hua Si and said, "Do you want to try flying?" The headmaster said that flying requires more practice to master the essentials. Hua Si happily said, "Okay." As spirit chi surged, a pair of green wings appeared on her back and she slowly floated up. After swaying left and right for a while, she slowly stabilized herself. After a short while, looking at Hua Si dancing in the sky like a butterfly. The corners of Lu Ye's eyes twitched. Why did people seem a little different? Chapter 184. Inside the station's cultivation room, the Spirit Gathering Array and the three-sided Spirit Gathering inscriptions were operating at the same time. World energy madly poured into the room, filling it with dense world energy and blood chi. Whether it was world energy or blood chi, they were all being drawn into Lu Ye's body by some kind of force. Not only that, but his abdomen was also emitting a thunderous buzzing sound, which was caused by the gluttonous meal. At a certain moment, Lu Yi opened his eyes and looked down at the back of his hand. The battlefield imprint was slightly hot, and there was a faint surge of heaven's secrets. It was time. He stopped cultivating and got up, took back the scale armor placed on the Spirit Gathering Array, pushed open the door and walked out. A moment later, he arrived in front of the Heaven's Fate Pillar in Heaven's Fate Hall. Hua Si was not here yet. Recently, she and second senior sister had been inseparable, and Lu Yi did not know what she was busy with. However, both women were medical cultivators, so it was likely that second senior sister was teaching Hua Si something about medical cultivation. While waiting, Lu Yi activated the battlefield imprint and checked his own information. Name: Lu Yi. Identity: Blue Blood Sect Disciple Cultivation, 83 Apertures Location. Spirit Stream Battlefield Merit: 26. It had been almost 2 months since the Battle of Golden Light Peak. Since his injuries had healed and the talent tree's ability to burn pill toxins was restored, Lu Ye's cultivation had been increasing day by day. On the day he returned from Madame Yun's place, he had opened 81 apertures, breaking through to the 6th Order Spirit Stream realm. Today, he had opened 2 more apertures. One had to know that this was only because he had been delayed. Previously, when he went to Ing Mountain to find Hua Si and the others, it took him more than 10 days to go back and forth. If he had not been delayed, his cultivation would have improved even faster. That was because the cultivation environment in the station was much better than before, and it was stable enough. In terms of cultivation, he had reached his expectations, but as for merit, it was a bit of an eyesore. If he hadn't killed a 7th Order cultivator in Yingshan, Lu Yi would only have 5 merit points instead of 26. In the past, Lu Yi did not know what merit points were used for, but now he knew. With a mysterious place like the Heaven's Secret Treasury, merit points were extremely attractive to any cultivator. Not to mention, he still needed to spend contribution points to purchase fuel suitable for his talent tree from the Tianji Treasury. It was foreseeable that he would need a lot of contribution points in the future. It would be far too slow to accumulate merit points by simply killing people, unless one could kill enemies of a higher cultivation level. The Spirit Creek Garrison War was a good place to go. Every sect had a foundational blessing as a bargaining chip. As long as one was strong enough, they would be able to obtain a massive amount of merit points. In fact, Lu Yi was allowed to bring Hupa with him to the Battle of Spirit Stream. He had already formed a pet contract with Hupa, so Hupa was considered his pet beast and a part of his strength. Therefore, he could bring Hupa with him to the Battle of Spirit Stream. However, neither second senior sister nor fourth senior brother advised him to do so, because the aftermath of the Battle of Golden Light Summit had just subsided. Many people knew that Lu Yi had a big white tiger by his side. If he brought Hupa in, he would be easily recognized. It would be bad if the Myriad Demon's Ridge besieged him. Rather than taking such a risk, he might as well not bring it. At the very least, he could hide his identity. Indeed, many people on Golden Light Summit had seen Lu Yi before, but there were so many cultivators in the Spirit Creek Garrison War that there were even more who hadn't seen him before or didn't recognize him. A figure slowly appeared at the side, wrapped in a refreshing fragrance. Hua Si had arrived. Lu Yi looked her up and down and said in surprise, "New clothes? New look?" Hua Si didn't wear this dress in the past, so it was obvious that she had just changed into it. This was a very tight white dress, and the hem of the white dress was decorated with little red flowers. The pure color made Hua Xi's skin look even more delicate and delicate. However, Lu Yi quickly realized that something was wrong. This wasn't just a beautiful dress, a spirit artifact. Lu Yi raised an eyebrow. Second senior sister gave it to me. She used to wear it when her cultivation was low. She doesn't need it anymore. Could second senior sister's figure support this dress? This dress was perfect for Hua Xi. If she wore it on second senior sister's petite figure, she could probably perform in a big play. Lu Yi was a little jealous. I was the one who entered the sect first. Hua Xi pursed her lips and smiled. Second senior sister said that you armament cultivators aren't suited to wear defensive spirit artifacts. Excessive protection will make you lose your sharpness. Lu Yi thought for a moment and nodded. Second senior sister's words make sense. Just as fourth senior brother Li Baxian had taught him before, if he couldn't experience danger and death at close range, how could armament cultivators improve themselves? Relying on external forces for protection would eventually lead to excessive dependence. Lu Ye's head sank and he turned to look. His expression darkened. What are you doing? This woman actually patted his head. Hua Xi revealed a gentle smile like an elder sister. Nothing. I just suddenly realized that this is pretty good. Lu Yi lowered his eyes. Didn't anyone tell you that you can't touch a man's head casually? No. Hua Xi looked at him matter-of-factly. What will happen if I touch it? Lu Ye's gaze became fierce. It's starting. Hua Xi's expression suddenly became serious, and she raised her hand to press on the divine pillar. Lu Yi glared at her hatefully and unwillingly placed his hand on the pillar. The divine pillar surged, and the surrounding scenery distorted. The faint sound of waves reached their ears. When everything around them stabilized again, the two found themselves in a strange land. Exchanging a glance, they immediately became vigilant. The next moment, Lu Yi saw two figures not far away. When Lu Yi saw them, the other party also looked over. When their eyes met, both of them wore vigilant looks as they secretly circulated their spirit qi. Lu Yi looked at the auras of the other two and found that they were both seventh-order cultivators. Not only that, the battle marks on the back of their hands were emitting a faint red light, while Lu Ye's and Hua Xi's marks were glowing blue. Myriad Demon Ridge. Good start. Of the two people on the other side, a young man in tight robes laughed and rushed forward, apparently feeling quite lucky to have run into two sixth-order masters on his first try. Behind him, the other seventh-order cultivator reminded lightly, "Don't be careless!" As he spoke, his spiritual energy surged, and a golden light shot out from his hand, attacking Lu Yi and Hua Xi. As soon as they met, he launched an attack. Hua Xi leapt to the side while Lu Yi lowered his body and rushed forward. The golden light hit the beach and blasted open a hole. The distance between them was not far to begin with, but as Lu Yi and the young man collided, they quickly closed the gap. Lu Ye's arrogant attitude undoubtedly angered the young man, causing him to draw his long sword and thrust it towards him, preparing to teach Lu Yi a lesson. His long sword flashed like a snake flicking its tongue, giving off a powerful aura. Lu Yi unsheathed his blade, and a fiery red blade light flashed. With a clanking sound, the young man's expression changed abruptly because the power of this blade was incomparably great, almost causing his long sword to fly out of his hand. Is this guy a body cultivator or a weapon cultivator? The sword-wielding young man was puzzled, but his movements were not slow as he gripped his long sword tightly and displayed his full strength. Clanging sounds rang out and sparks flew as the two figures engaged in a fierce battle, but the expressions on their faces were different. Lu Ye's expression remained calm while the sword-wielding young man became more and more shocked because this sixth order boy he thought he could easily crush was actually displaying extraordinary combat power. He was surprised to find that he was not his opponent at all. The speed and strength of his opponent's attacks far exceeded his own, and after only a few moments of confrontation, he was already at a complete disadvantage. Every time they collided, his sword would howl in pain and his hand would ache. Is this really a sixth order? The sword-wielding young man seriously suspected that his opponent was wearing some kind of spirit artifact to conceal his cultivation and was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. However, the rules of Heaven's secret were unquestionable. Since they had appeared in this place, the enemy they encountered should not be stronger than them. After another 3 breaths, the sword-wielding young man felt that he could not hold on any longer, the hand between his thumb and index finger cracking and bleeding profusely. Not daring to hesitate any longer, he quickly took out a golden body talisman and pushed his spirit chi to slap it on his body. This action of his undoubtedly made his weakness even greater. Most weapon cultivators would not use their spirit artifacts in battle because it would affect their own rhythm. Lu Yi raised the mountain blade in his hand, and with a loud clang, the sword in the sword-wielding young man's hand flew out. The sword-wielding young man let out a cry of surprise as he was sent flying backwards. The golden body talisman on his body, which had just taken effect, had completely dimmed as it was directly shattered by the blade. Lu Yi chased after him and swung his blade towards the flying young man's body. While his heart was filled with shock, a look of satisfaction flashed across his eyes. Forming a seal with one hand, the young man's spirit chi surged as he shouted, "Die!" The flying sword immediately turned into a stream of light and fell straight down from the sky, arriving at Lu Ye's back in the blink of an eye. Blood splashed as the sword-wielding young man's eyes filled with panic as a foot-long cut appeared on his body from his crotch. At the same time, Lu Yi was also hit by the flying sword and fell to the beach, his back in pain. Having learned his lesson from the previous incident in Mountain, how could he not be on guard against his opponent's artifact manipulation technique? While his opponent was using artifact manipulation, Lu Yi had constructed a defensive spirit inscription on his back. After a cultivator reached the 7th order, they could cultivate the artifact manipulation technique. On one hand, it would lay the foundation for future artifact manipulation technique, and on the other hand, it would give them an additional means to kill their enemies. Under artifact manipulation, the spirit artifact in one's hand could erupt with even greater power. Hurriedly getting up, the sword-wielding young man was not completely dead yet. Lu Yi flipped the mountain blade in his hand and stabbed it into his chest. When he pulled out the blade, blood spurted out. Without stopping for a moment, Lu Yi rushed towards the Fa Xiao, leaving a series of deep footprints on the wet beach. Fa Xiao used his spirit arts to bombard Hua Xiai, putting her in an extremely difficult situation. He thought that his companion would be able to deal with Lu Yi, but the result shocked him. His 7th order companion had been killed by a 6th order brat. Idiot! The Fa Xiao was furious. He did not see clearly what happened just now, and only felt that his companion had underestimated the enemy too much. Otherwise, how could a 7th order lose to a 6th order? Chapter 185. Seeing Lu Yi rushing towards him, the spell cultivator no longer cared about Huase. The golden light in his hand changed direction and blasted towards Lu Yi. Lu Ye's figure flickered as he dashed forward. It looked like he was barely dodging his opponent's techniques, but he was actually doing it with ease. His eyesight could see the traces of the techniques that were as fast as the wind, and his movements could follow the instructions given by his mind. As a result, unless it was a technique that covered a large area or was extremely fast, it would be very difficult to hit him. After 3 breaths, the spell cultivator's eyes were filled with shock. That was because the guy rushing towards him had perfectly dodged every one of his techniques. He hurriedly retreated, and at the same time, his spirit energy surged wildly. A large mass of golden light quickly gathered in front of his chest. From the looks of it, he seemed to be about to cast a powerful technique. At that moment, a jade-green, arrow-like attack came from the side. The spell cultivator's attention was completely focused on Lu Yi, so he was completely unprepared for this attack. He was hit so hard that he staggered, and the hastily gathered spiritual energy dissipated. Hua Xiai had made her move. She was a medical cultivator, but that didn't mean she didn't have the ability to fight. As a rogue cultivator, if she didn't have the ability to fight, she would have died long ago. While she was a medical cultivator, she was also a spell cultivator. However, she didn't know many techniques, so they weren't very powerful. This dark green technique didn't have much killing power, but its effect was very obvious. The seventh order spell cultivator's technique was interrupted. Seeing that Lu Yi was already in front of him, he could only urge the golden light from before to bombard Lu Yi again. Lu Ye's figure flickered, and he easily dodged the attack. The mountain coiling saber slashed down, and a dazzling saber light flashed. The golden light condensed on the spell cultivator's body shattered, and a scream rang out. A huge wound appeared on his chest, and he staggered back. Lu Yi was like a maggot in a tarsal bone. He followed closely and stabbed forward. Under the enhancement of the sharpness spirit inscription, the originally heavy saber light became sharp. The saber pierced through the heart and came out from the back. The cultivator raised his hand and gripped the blade. His eyes were filled with disbelief. At this moment, he finally understood that his companion had died not because of carelessness, but because the enemy was too strong. Lu Yi pulled out his blade, and a few severed limbs flew up along with blood. The spell cultivator's body swayed on the spot and fell to the ground. A large amount of blood gushed out from his body. His eyes were wide open, and he died with remaining grievances. When Lu Yi got close enough, with just 2 slashes, a 7th order Dharma cultivator was killed. This was much easier than killing a weapon cultivator, but it was not easy to kill a Dharma cultivator. At the same level of cultivation, it was very difficult for a weapon cultivator to get close to a Dharma cultivator. Lu Yi had suffered such a loss when his cultivation was not high, but now it was almost impossible for a spell cultivator of the same level to hurt him. Once he got close to them, they wouldn't have a good ending. 2 red lights flew out one after another and landed on the back of Lu Ye's hand. Looking down, he found that his merit points had increased by 28 points. There were also some other things in his mark. Carefully examining them, he found that they were the blessings of the Heaven's Fate Pillar. Every sect that entered this place had a 500 merit points as a bargaining chip. Killing them would allow Lu Yi to take this bargaining chip. As long as Lu Yi could return to the Blue Blood sect alive, he could choose to place these blessings in his own Heaven's Fate Pillar to increase the aura of his base. Alternatively, he could exchange them for a corresponding number of sect merit points. Sect merit points were different from individual merit points, but the two could be exchanged to a certain extent. Therefore, over the years, every Spirit Stream garrison battle was a grand event for all the sects of the 9 states. Because of the balance of the Heaven's Fate Pillar, both large and small sects were keen to participate in such a grand event. "Are you okay?" Lu Yi turned his head to look at Hua Xiai. There were no obvious external injuries, but her face was covered in dust. Hua Xiai shook her head. Although her cultivation was lower than the 7th order Dharma cultivator, it would not be easy for him to kill her. The spirit artifact that her second senior sister had given her had greatly increased her defensive power. Together, they collected their spoils of war and began to investigate the surrounding terrain. A moment later, the 2 of them stood at the highest point and looked around. They found that this was a small island. The area was not big, only about the size of a square. The vegetation on the island was very dense, but it was surrounded by seawater in all directions. In such a narrow terrain, it was impossible for anyone else to hide. In other words, Other than them, there were only the 2 Myriad Demon Ridge cultivators who had been killed earlier. The aura on the island was rich, almost the same as in the wilderness of the Spirit Stream battlefield. It was convenient to cultivate and recover after a battle. The Chess Sea. Lu Yi exhaled lightly and confirmed the location of this Spirit Stream garrison battle. The small spaces in every Spirit Stream garrison battle were different. According to the incomplete statistics of the various sects of the 9 states, there were as many as 34 kinds of small spaces that had appeared in the Spirit Stream garrison battle. There were forests, deserts, swamps, plains, and even seas. The Chess Sea was one of the most famous small spaces. This was because there were small islands scattered all over the vast sea, just like chess pieces. The key was that these small islands were not fixed. They were constantly floating in the sea. As time passed, they would constantly merge with other small islands. Eventually, the small islands would become medium islands, and the medium islands would become large islands. In the end, all the islands would merge into one place, turning into a continent. This was an extremely mysterious place, but it was not a friendly place for the cultivators participating in the Spirit Stream garrison battle. If it were any other terrain, the cultivators who were unable to fight could choose to escape to the periphery, find a suitable place to hide, and wait for the Spirit Stream garrison battle to end. However, the Chess Sea was different. As the small islands continued to merge, it was destined that the cultivators of different camps would clash and kill each other. Moreover, the Chess Sea contained all kinds of dangers, among which were ferocious and huge sea monsters. Therefore, hiding in the sea was not advisable. Moreover, before the small islands were completely merged, they could not take the risk of flying. That was because flying over the sea would consume an extremely large amount of spirit energy. It was possible that they would run out of spirit energy before they could fly too far. Therefore, in the Chess Sea, even the garrison envoys from the core circle could not take the initiative to attack. Everyone could only obediently wait for the small islands to merge with the others. If the casualty rate of the Spirit Stream garrison battle were to be ranked according to the different small spaces, the Chess Sea would definitely be in the top 3. Lu Yi did not know what other cultivators would think after knowing that this place was the Chess Sea, but when he and Hua Xiai looked at each other, they could see the joy in each other's eyes. "I'm going to plant some mushrooms," Hua said as she walked towards the center of the small island with a happy expression. Since he was going to participate in the Spirit Stream garrison battle together with Hua Xiai, they naturally had some understanding of each other. They were also clear about each other's killing and self-defense methods. Hua Xiai did not have many killing methods, and it was very difficult for her to kill a strong enemy in a very short period of time like Lu Yi. However, if she was given enough time and space to arrange things, she would be able to display a strength far beyond the 6th order. Planting mushrooms was her most powerful method. Previously in Ing Mountain, Hua Xiai had unknowingly planted mushrooms in the cultivators of the Myriad Demons Ridge. If Lu Yi had arrived a few days later, Hua Xiai would have had the ability to kill the 3 cultivators of the Myriad Demons Ridge by herself. Moreover, she would have been able to kill them without them knowing. However, because of Lu Ye's arrival, Hua Xiai could only hastily activate an incomplete method. Even so, it was enough to throw the 7th Order cultivator's mind into chaos. After learning about Hua Xi's ability, Lu Yi was secretly shocked. Who would have thought that a medical cultivator whose duty was to heal the wounded and heal the dying would actually have such a strange method? This also gave him a new understanding of medical cultivators, especially medical cultivators who grew up in the wild like Hua Xiai. They might look gentle and kind on the surface, but in fact, they might have the ability to wipe out entire cities and destroy entire nations. It could be said that the small space of the Chess Sea was extremely friendly to cultivators like Hua Xiai. It was also the most suitable place for her to display her abilities. This was Lu Ye's luck. Before coming in, he did not know that the Spirit Stream garrison battle would be held in the Chess Sea. Hua Xiai was busy. Not only was she planting mushrooms, but she was also collecting medicinal herbs. The world energy in the Chess Sea was extremely dense, suitable for the growth of medicinal herbs. Even if the cultivators did not kill their enemies, collecting medicinal herbs here would still be a source of income. Lu Yi stood guard at the side. The island was only so big that he could see the end of it at a glance, so it was not difficult for him to be on guard. However, he could indeed sense that the island was drifting towards a certain direction at a fast speed. He was very curious as to how the island was floating on the sea. This thing was not a ship, so it could not be empty underneath. Suddenly, the battlefield imprint reacted. Lu Yi checked it and found that it was a message from his fourth senior brother, Li Baxian. As the vice protector of Pale Heart Sect, Li Baxian had naturally come to participate in the Spirit Stream garrison battle. He was also in the Chess Sea, but he was definitely at the very center. In the message, Li Baxian told him all kinds of information about the Chess Sea. At the end, he warned, "Little junior brother, do what you can. Do not try to be brave." Lu Yi replied and thanked him. Hua Ci had already made the necessary arrangements. Since he had nothing to do, Lu Yi simply switched to his secret art and began to cultivate. There would not be any danger here before it merged with the other islands. 2 hours later, Hua Ci suddenly called out to him. Lu Yi stopped cultivating and rushed to the highest point. Standing next to Hua Ci, he followed her gaze and saw a small black moving towards them. The other island was drifting over, or rather, the two islands were attracting each other and moving closer to each other. They were still quite far away, so he could not see the situation clearly for the time being. He also did not know if there were any enemies there. The sea breeze whistled, filling his nose and mouth with a fishy and salty smell. Lu Yi silently estimated that at this speed, the two islands would collide in less than an hour. After some thought, Lu Yi put away the mountain pan saber strapped to his waist into his storage pouch and stood next to Hua Ci. When the distance between the two islands reached a certain point, they suddenly sped up, as if there was some attraction between them. At this distance, Lu Yi could also see the situation on the other island. There were also two people standing on a high point, looking in his direction. Chapter 186. They sized each other up and determined each other's cultivation. There were two seventh-order cultivators on the opposite side. They had sabers and swords at their waists and looked like weapon cultivators. Before they got close, one of the thinner cultivators shouted, "Fellow Taoists, which camp are you from?" "We're from Grand Heaven Alliance." They were not far away yet, so the battlefield marks on the back of each other's hands did not react. However, if they were close enough, the camp they belonged to would be clear at a glance. For example, when Lu Yi and Hua Ci first came here, the battlefield marks on the back of their hands shone faintly when they met two myriad Demon Ridge cultivators. This was the rule of the Spirit Creek garrison battle. It was convenient to confirm each other's positions. Lu Yi looked at him expressionlessly and did not answer. The thin cultivator said again, "If it's convenient for you, fellow Taoist, you might as well show us your battlefield marks to avoid accidental injuries." Lu Yi silently circulated her spiritual energy and raised her hand. A fat firebird flapped its wings and flew over. Hua Ci was stunned by the sight of this somewhat bloated firebird. Only then did she follow up with a dark green arrow-like spell. It was the first time she saw Lu Yi use a spirit art. Moreover, it was in this form. If it were not for the inappropriate situation, she would have laughed out loud. Only now did she know why Lu Yi put away his saber just now. The two spirit arts blasted toward the opposite side one after the other. It was not that Lu Yi saw through the other party's lies. It was just that the other party had ulterior motives. In the 9 continents, in the Spirit Creek battlefield, when unfamiliar cultivators met, they would not easily reveal their positions. This was common sense. The other party claimed to be from Grand Heaven Alliance as soon as they opened their mouths. Who knew if they were from Grand Heaven Alliance or not? Moreover, even if they were really from Grand Heaven Alliance, it was fine. After the two islands merged, they could just apologize to the other party. However, if the other party was from Myriad Demon Ridge, then they would be attacking Myriad Demon Ridge. Taking the initiative to attack was nothing more than taking the initiative. Spirit energy exploded. The thin cultivator who shouted was furious. "How dare you sneak attack us? I think you're tired of living." Although they said so, their movements were not idle. Both of them were moving and dodging. Whether it was Lu Ye's Fire Phoenix technique or Hua Xi's Green Arrow technique, their power wasn't great, and their speed wasn't fast either. As long as there was a certain distance between them, it wasn't difficult to dodge them. While the two sides were fighting happily, the distance between them was quickly closing. Perhaps they felt that it was too embarrassing to be beaten like this without fighting back. After a short discussion, the two opposite cultivators reached into the storage pouches at their waists and took out spirit talismans. They activated the power of the spirit talismans and attacked Lu Yi and Hua Xi. For a moment, the surface of the sea was extremely lively. Firebirds, green arrows, golden arc slash, and icicles shuttled back and forth, exchanging blows. While fighting back, the skinny cultivator grinned maliciously. "Two little sixth-order cultivators. Just you wait. I'll show you what's good for you." As soon as he finished speaking, the bodies of the four people from both sides shook as the two small islands collided. Lu Yi and Hua Xi swayed left and right in tacit understanding, looking extremely miserable. The two opposite weapon cultivators, however, quickly stabilized their bodies. Exerting strength in their legs, they quickly rushed toward the two from the left and right. As the distance closed, the marks on the back of the four people's hands gradually glowed. The back of the two cultivators' hands were glowing red. They weren't from Grand Heaven Alliance, they were from Myriad Demon Ridge. "You're dead." The skinny cultivator's voice was cold. After dodging a few of Lu Ye's techniques, he had already closed in on them. The other cultivator stared at Hua Xi, who immediately abandoned Lu Yi and fled in panic. "Huh." This scene made the skinny cultivator laugh, as if he was appreciating the scene of a husband and wife who were birds in the same forest, flying away in different directions in the face of disaster. After dodging another technique, the skinny cultivator leaped high and unsheathed the long sword at his waist. There was an expression of victory on his face. His cultivation was one order higher than his opponent's, and he was able to close in on a cultivator. Then he saw Lu Yi reach into his storage pouch and take out a long saber. "HM?" The skinny cultivator suddenly felt a little uneasy. When Lu Yi drew his saber, and the saber flashed, the uneasiness instantly climbed to the extreme and turned into panic. With a clang, the long sword was sent flying. The skinny cultivator, who was in midair and had no leverage, could only watch as the long saber in Lu Ye's hand was covered in fiery red spirit energy. The entire saber seemed to be burning as it slashed down a second time. "Ah!" The skinny cultivator screamed as blood spurted out from his body. He was knocked to the side and one of his arms flew off. Only then did he realize that this sixth-order youth wasn't a cultivator at all. He was also a weapon cultivator. But how could a weapon cultivator cast spells so quickly? It wasn't that he didn't suspect this just now, but the speed at which the other party cast spells dispelled his doubts. It was impossible to cast spells so quickly without a long period of practice. What a treacherous little thief! The skinny cultivator cursed in his heart. He formed a seal with his remaining hand and pushed his spirit energy madly. The long sword that flew out buzzed and trembled before turning into a stream of light. However, before he could urge this stream of light, a saber light flashed in his field of vision, and his vitality quickly faded away. It had only been 3 breaths of time since he rushed towards Lu. After Lu Yi beheaded this person, he lifted his foot and chased after him. There, another cultivator was chasing after Hua Xi. Although Hua Xi wasn't slow, she was still no faster than a weapon cultivator. Just as he was about to be caught, a scream came from behind him, startling him. When he turned his head to look back, he saw Lu Yi aggressively charging towards him. "Is my companion dead? How did he die? Also, isn't this boy a cultivator? Why is he holding a saber in his hand?" At this moment, one difficult question after another popped up in his mind. He hesitated for a moment between turning around to face the enemy and continuing to chase. Before he could make a decision, he suddenly felt dizzy. Under his feet, a gray mushroom burst, and spores that were almost imperceptible to the naked eye lingered around his body and were sucked into his lungs. Although he didn't know what had happened, he instinctively pushed his spirit chi and dispelled the uncomfortable feeling. In the blink of an eye, Lu Yi had already rushed in front of him. Facing the saber slash, the cultivator could only meet it head-on. Clanging sounds rang out as spirit artifacts collided and sparks flew everywhere. Hua Xiai, who was running away, stopped running and turned around. Spirit energy surged around her body, and as she did so, the spirit energy around the seventh order realm cultivator's body began to dim. Lu Yi felt that his opponent's attacks were getting weaker and weaker. At the beginning of the fight, his opponent's performance was no different from other seventh order cultivators. But after 2 moves, his opponent's strength seemed to be greatly suppressed, and his spirit chi fluctuations were on par with Lu Ye's. He could even kill a 7th order cultivator, let alone a 6th order cultivator. He wanted to see Hua Xi's methods, so he didn't kill him and just kept pestering him. After a while, his opponent's spirit chi fluctuations dropped again, falling to the level of a 5th order cultivator. Not only that, but what happened in the Ying Mountains happened again. Small mushrooms began to grow out of the cultivator's 7 orifices, looking extremely terrifying. The opponent obviously realized that something was wrong. After forcing Lu Yi back with 1 move, he stood still in a panic and gritted his teeth. "What have you done? Is this your limit?" Lu Yi looked at Hua Xiai and asked. "That's about it. Then let's kill him." "Should I?" "And killing one will give you 14 merit points. My hands are used to save the dying and heal the injured, not to kill," Hua Xiai said, feeling wronged. "I'll fight you to the death." The myriad Devil Ridge cultivator roared and rushed towards Lu Yi. Neither of the 2 enemies put him in their eyes, discussing the value of his life in front of him. No one could stand such humiliation. However, while he was rushing towards Lu Yi, the small mushrooms in his 7 orifices grew rapidly and then exploded. After a series of explosions, the man's face seemed to be corroded and he fell to the ground. 2 red lights floated towards Hua Xiai and Lu Yi. The blood flowing out of this man's body wasn't a normal red, but more towards green. Hua Xiai received merit points, while Lu Yi received the blessing of the Heaven's Fate Pillar. Lu Yi looked up at Hua Xiai. The woman smiled kindly. "The mushrooms killed him. What does it have to do with me?" Lu Yi was speechless and collected the spoils. When he checked the battlefield mark, he found that this time he didn't receive 1 blessing from the Heaven's Fate Pillar, but 2 in other words. These 2 myriad Demon Ridge cultivators had killed a group of people before and snatched the blessings of others, but now they were sent here. After realizing this, Lu Yi raised his eyebrows. In that case, the further he went, the greater the benefits he would receive from killing enemies. In the end, perhaps killing a group of people would give him unimaginable benefits. This was because, as those who participated in the Battle of Spirit Creek continued to die, the blessings of the Heaven's Fate Pillar would gather on a small number of people. He checked the small island and found that the 2 small islands weren't really fused together. They were just like 2 pieces of magnets, firmly attached to each other and floating together in a certain direction. Hua Xiai happily walked towards the small island on the other side. She wanted to plant mushrooms there and turn all the small islands into undetectable traps. This way, no matter who dared to rush over, they wouldn't have a good ending. Lu Yi didn't follow. The enemies had been killed, so there was no danger there. He found that after the small island became larger, the world chi of heaven and earth also became denser. However, he didn't expend too much energy in the battle just now, so he only needed to rest a little. 2 hours later, Hua Xiai returned. She was humming a song and seemed to be in a good mood. The power of your mushrooms seems to have increased. Lu Yi asked the doubts in his heart. Back in the Ying Mountains, although Hua Xiai had planted mushrooms on that 7th order cultivator, they weren't this powerful and didn't take effect so quickly. Second senior's sister gave me some pointers, Hua Xiai explained. Lu Yi was surprised. Second senior's sister knows about this? She doesn't, but she has experience in eyesight. It's not a problem for her to give pointers to a little cultivator like me. That's true. As if she saw through Lu Ye's thoughts, Hua Xiai smiled and said, Every medical cultivator is an expert in using poison. It's just a matter of whether they want to or not. If you don't understand poison, how can you treat people? In the future, when you meet those soft and cute medical cultivators, don't think that they are easy to bully. I never underestimate anyone, not my enemies. Chapter 187. 3 days later, the island that Lu Yi and Hua Xiai were on was 10 times bigger than the original island. During this period, they had merged with several other floating islands. Some of the islands had enemies, while others were empty. Lu Yi wanted to observe the pattern of the fusion between the islands, but in the end he found that there was no pattern to speak of. 2 hours after they came here, they encountered the first island. After that, there was no movement for a long time. However, the second and third islands approached, almost at the same time. At that time, Lu Yi and Hua Xiai were nervous. If there were enemies on both islands, then their situation might not be too good. The small islands that came later also suddenly appeared in his field of vision. There was no way to find the pattern. It was as if these small islands were drifting in the sea of chess. When they were close to each other to a certain distance, they would move closer to each other. After killing several groups of cultivators from the Myriad Devil Ridge and having the experience of working together for the first time, Lu Yi and Hua Xi's cooperation became more and more skilled. Every time they encountered an enemy, the two of them would disguise themselves as spell cultivators and greet the other party with spells. If the other party was a weapon cultivator or a body cultivator, they would definitely rush forward. Every time this happened, Lu Yi would give the other party a surprise. However, there were exceptions. Previously, they encountered 2 spell cultivators who enthusiastically exchanged spells with Lu Yi and Hua Xiai for a long time. The 2 sides attacked each other with spells, and the fight was extremely lively. In the end, Lu Yi and Hua Xiai pretended to be unable to resist and fled back, leading the enemy over. When the enemies stepped into the mushroom area planted by Hua Xiai, the outcome was already decided. Once Hua Xi's mushrooms were activated, the spore powder they emitted would invade the enemy's body. The spores, which were too small to be seen with the naked eye, were not fatal. They would only obscure the spiritual energy in the cultivator's body for a short period of time. As a result, the enemy's strength would be greatly reduced. At the same time, those spores would also absorb the spiritual power in the enemy's body and grow in their 7 orifices. However, such a change in the body during a battle was undoubtedly very frightening. The mind would be in chaos, and the spiritual power would become obscure. Their strength would plummet. So how could they block Lu Ye's long saber? Search. It could be said that Hua Xi's method of killing enemies was very complicated. She was not as straightforward as Lu Yi, but it was extremely effective. However, the mushrooms she planted were not without their nemesis. The spiritual power of the fire element could restrain the spores that invaded her body. If someone knew about the trap she had set in advance and used a fire element spell to clean up the area, then all of her arrangements would be destroyed. Over the past 3 days, both of them had reaped some benefits. Although they had not gained much contribution points, they had gained quite a bit of support from the Tianji pillars. After the battle at Spirit Creek Garrison was over, if they could invest all of these support points into the garrison, the Ling Qi in the garrison would definitely improve significantly. Another battle was over. Lu Yi was covered in blood, some from his enemies, some from his own. He gasped for breath as he stood in a pool of blood. Beside him were the corpses of 4 myriad demons, ridge, cultivators. This time, Lu Ye's luck wasn't too good. 2 people from the myriad Devil Mountain range had met up. If it weren't for Hua Xi's arrangements, Lu Yi wouldn't have survived. Although he could kill enemies above his realm, he still had his limits. With his current cultivation, fighting 2 7th-order cultivators at the same time was already very difficult for him. Fighting 3 of them would be certain death. Hua Xi's mushrooms had made a great contribution. When the 2 saw that there were 4 people on the other side, they knew that they couldn't fight them head-on. Before the opposite island crashed into them, they didn't even bother to disguise themselves as cultivators and decisively retreated. The size of the island wasn't small. Otherwise, they wouldn't have had any room to escape. Following this, 2 people fled while 4 people chased after them. After circling around the island several times, they were finally blocked. While the 4 people were laughing ferociously, Hua Xi used her own method. As she did so, the spirit chi of the 4 people suddenly became obscure and small mushrooms began to form. Lu Yi suddenly attacked and instantly killed one of them. What followed was a battle on the edge of life and death. Although Hua Xi's method worked, the explosive power of the 3 opponents still caused a lot of damage to Lu Yi. Even Hua Xi was hit by an imperial artifact. If it weren't for the spirit artifact dress given to her by second senior sister, her abdomen would have been pierced. After 10 breaths of time, the situation slowly improved because the strength of the enemies was rapidly declining. In the end, they couldn't even use their imperial artifact and were killed one by one. Turning his head to look at Hua Xi, Lu Yi saw blood dripping from the corner of her mouth. Although she was unharmed on the surface, the attack from the enemy's imperial artifact was obviously not something she could withstand. Lu Yi also had several wounds on his body, the most serious of which was so severe that his bones could almost be seen, but overall he was fine. For eyes met, both of them still feeling lingering fear. Hua Xi stepped forward to treat Lu Ye's wounds. A warm, jade-green light enveloped Lu Yi, stopping the bleeding from his wounds. A numbing sensation continued to spread throughout his body. After reaching the 6th order, Hua Xi's healing ability had obviously improved. After some treatment, although the wounds wouldn't heal so quickly, they were no longer a problem. After dealing with Lu Ye's injuries, Hua Xi began to heal herself. Lu Yi swallowed a healing pill and a spirit accumulation pill, switching his secret art to restore himself while remaining vigilant. When he recovered, he didn't need to close his eyes and meditate like everyone else because the gluttonous meal was operating on its own. So after swallowing a spirit pill, he didn't need to worry about it. This was also the case when cultivating in the station. Others needed to concentrate on their cultivation and absorb the surrounding world energy. Once their state of mind relaxed, it would inevitably affect their cultivation efficiency, but Lu Yi only needed to construct gathering spirit runes in his spirit apertures and switch his secret arts. He could even attend to other matters. However, under normal circumstances, he didn't have anything to do, so he spent most of his time in a daze or sleeping in the central area of the island. Where he and Hua Xi had just appeared, he had already set up a large-scale gathering spirit rune. This was mainly for Hua Xi's recovery. Her recovery speed wasn't as fast as his, so it would be more efficient if she went there to recover after every battle. In a place where a great battle could break out at any time, it was undoubtedly necessary to maintain the abundance of one's spirit energy. In particular, Hua Xi's mushrooms consumed a lot of spirit energy. Those inconspicuous mushrooms were all produced by using her own spirit energy and some special methods. Now, as the island expanded, the places where she needed to plant mushrooms also increased. However, correspondingly, the density of the surrounding world energy was also increasing. Basically, after every battle, Hua Xi only needed to meditate for a moment to fully recover. As usual, Lu Yi collected the spoils of war. In the previous battle, Lu Yi had received as many as 5 blessings from the 4 myriad Demon Ridge cultivators. It was obvious that these 4 had killed a lot of Grand Heaven Alliance cultivators. These 4 people must be from 2 different sects. Lu Yi didn't know how they were so lucky to be together. He and Hua Xi had stayed here for a few days and hadn't met anyone from the Grand Heaven Alliance. After collecting their storage bags, Lu Yi dragged the corpses to the seaside and threw them there. These days, Lu Yi had been disposing of the corpses like this. After all, he didn't know how long he would stay on this island, and the corpses would become rotten. When the corpses covered in blood fell into the sea, Lu Yi clearly saw countless shadows surging from the sea. In just an instant, the corpses turned into nothingness. Not even the bones were left. He had never seen clearly what those shadows were, but he knew that he couldn't go too deep into the chassis. Otherwise, he would definitely die. The second corpse was thrown down and disappeared in the blink of an eye. It was the same for the third corpse. Just as Lu Yi picked up the fourth corpse, he suddenly frowned and looked at the sea in front of him. He didn't know when a piece of bone was floating on the sea. The shadows around the bone retreated. Lu Yi stared at the bone and recognized that it was hanging around the neck of the Myriad Demon Ridge cultivator. He had seen it when he was searching the corpses and was sure that it wasn't a spirit artifact or a precious material, so he didn't pay attention to it. But now it seemed that this thing was a little unusual, because even the shadows under the sea were avoiding it. Lu Yi thought for a moment and put down the corpse in his hands. He lifted the man's lapel and pulled out something from his neck. It was also a piece of bone, the same as the thing floating on the sea. There was no reaction when he poured his spirit chi into it. He pinched it with his hand and found that it was very hard. He was sure that it wasn't a spirit artifact. What was this thing? He thought that the bone had some special meaning to the 2 people, so they each wore one. But now that he thought about it, it seemed that something was wrong, because the 2 people wearing the bone didn't seem to be from the same sect. Lu Yi vaguely remembered that during the battle, the 2 people didn't cooperate with each other. Instead, they were inseparable. 2 people from different sects were wearing the same pendant. Was it a coincidence? He wasn't in a hurry to throw the corpses into the sea. Instead, he turned around and found a branch. He returned to the seaside and picked up the bone floating on the sea. Then he dealt with the corpses. Without the bone floating on the sea, the shadows under the sea became active again. Holding the 2 bone pieces in his hand, Lu Yi returned to the highest point of the island and studied them while keeping a lookout. An hour later, Hua Xi, who had fully recovered, came up. Seeing the things in Lu Yi's hand, she asked curiously, "What is this?" Lu Yi shook his head and told her what he found. Hua Xi asked curiously, "You're saying that the 2 people from different sects each wore a pendant made of this bone?" Lu Yi nodded and described the characteristics of the 2 people. Hua Xi thought carefully and said, "They really don't seem to be from the same sect. Is it possible that they are actually blood-related brothers? This is their family's heirloom." This speculation was very likely. "Who cares what it is? I'll bring it back and let second senior sister have a look," Lu Yi said and put the bone pieces into his storage bag. Hua Xi suddenly nudged him with her elbow and pointed in a direction. Lu Yi looked up and his gaze became serious. In that direction, there was a small island not inferior to theirs, and it was rapidly approaching. Chapter 188. The islands in the Chess Sea were small at first, only about the size of a square. However, as time passed and the islands were attached to each other, they would grow larger and larger. The larger the island was, the stronger the enemy might be, and the greater the number of enemies. This was because in the repeated elimination of the island, the weaker side or the side with fewer people had already been killed. Of course, there were exceptions. For example, Lu Yi and Hua Xi, who were both 6th order, occupied a large island. As the 2 islands approached each other rapidly, Lu Yi noticed some abnormalities on the other side. Someone seemed to be fighting on the opposite island. From time to time, the light of spells would light up from there. As they got closer and closer, the sounds of battle became more and more obvious. If there was a battle, it meant that there were not only myriad demons Ridge, but also Grand Heaven Alliance on the other side. However, he did not know what the situation was like. The other side was in full swing and obviously did not notice that the two islands were approaching each other. Perhaps he could take advantage of this. Lu Yi pondered for a moment and said to Hua Xiai, "I'll go and take a look. You stay here. Be careful." Lu Yi urged his spirit energy, and a pair of wings with fire spirit energy appeared on his back. He turned into a stream of light and flew toward the island in front of him. As soon as he flew out of the island and came to the surface of the sea, Lu Yi felt that the spiritual energy in his body was flowing out like a flood from a broken dam. The level of consumption was not much lower than that of maintaining a defensive spiritual tattoo of the same height. He was secretly shocked. Sure enough, he could not fly casually in the chassis, or rather, he could not fly on the sea. The consumption was too great. He did not know the reason. Fortunately, the two islands were not far away. After a few breaths, Lu Yi landed on the opposite island. He folded his wings and tried his best to suppress the flow of spirit energy in his body as he flew toward the battle. He did not have much time. The two islands were about to collide. At that time, the people here would definitely be alerted. Fortunately, the size of the island was not very big. After a while, Lu Yi arrived at the periphery of the battlefield. Looking around, he saw 5 myriad demons Ridge cultivators besieging 2 Grand Heaven Alliance cultivators. There were 3 corpses lying on the ground. It was obvious that the battle was fierce. Among the 5 myriad demons Ridge cultivators, 2 were Dharma cultivators. 1 was physique cultivator, 1 was weapon cultivator, and 1 was suspected to be a ghost cultivator. The 2 Grand Heaven Alliance cultivators, 1 male and 1 female, were covered in blood and wounds. It seemed that they would not be able to hold on for long. After all, it was 2 against 5, so they were definitely no match for them. They were able to survive until now because the male cultivator from the Grand Heaven Alliance was an individual cultivator. His body was tall and sturdy like an iron tower. His vitality was vigorous, and he was extremely resistant to beatings. He held a spirit artifact shield in his hand and blocked many attacks. The second reason was that the myriad demons Ridge was confident in their victory, so they didn't want to take too many risks. If they really forced the other party into a corner, the other party might have the means to perish together with them. At first, they didn't fight 5 against 2, but 6 against 4. After successfully killing one of them, one of his companions acted too hastily and ended up perishing together with a cultivator from the Grand Heaven Alliance. In the current situation, they only needed to trap the 2 and break the weapon cultivator's shield. Then, they would have no chance to resist. The 3 cultivators from the myriad Devil Ridge gathered around the man and woman, constantly harassing them. The 2 Dharma cultivators stood a little further away. Under the premise that they wouldn't accidentally injure their companions, they constantly cast spells and bombarded the spirit artifact shield. The spirit light on the shield was extremely dim and could be annihilated at any time. Under such circumstances, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens for the 2 Grand Heaven Alliance cultivators to escape. Looking at their expressions, they clearly wanted to die. They didn't want to beg for mercy because they knew that it was useless. They would only be humiliated even more, especially for female cultivators. If they fell into the enemy's hands, it would be a fate worse than death. They were now waiting for an opportunity, a chance to perish together with the enemy. The opportunity came instantly. With a boom, the earth shook and the mountains shook. The 2 islands collided and everyone lost their footing. The myriad demons Ridge cultivators' expressions changed. They had encountered the Grand Heaven Alliance cultivators more than an hour ago, so they didn't expect to encounter another island so soon. "Be careful!" one of them shouted. The moment the 2 islands collided, 2 Grand Heaven Alliance cultivators rushed towards the soldier cultivator. The body cultivator roared and waved his shield to protect the slim figure beside him. The determination and viciousness in their eyes made the soldier cultivator, who was targeted, panic for a moment. Ah! The scream didn't come from the targeted weapon cultivator, but from another direction. Everyone was shocked. A few myriad Demon's Ridge cultivators looked in the direction of the voice and saw the tip of a blade protruding from the chest of a spell cultivator standing at the periphery of the battlefield. Behind the spell cultivator, there was a vague figure standing there unknowingly. How did they come so quickly? They were all shocked. When the islands collided, they realized that someone else might come. If it was the myriad Demon's Ridge cultivators, it would be great. However, if it was the Grand Heaven Alliance cultivators, there would be a change in the situation. What they didn't expect was that the moment the islands collided, one of their Dharma cultivators was killed. Could it be that the other party had been hiding nearby? They didn't have time to think as the battle had begun. The two Grand Heaven Alliance cultivators had already rushed to the weapon cultivator from Myriad Demon's Ridge. They didn't care about anything and were determined to drag him down with them. They almost succeeded. It was a pity that the two of them were severely injured. The targeted weapon cultivator was supported by the body cultivator from Myriad Demon's Ridge. The four of them immediately engaged in battle. The ghost cultivator from Myriad Demon's Ridge didn't stay idle either. His aura suddenly became erratic, and he charged into the battle from the side. For a moment, the two Grand Heaven Alliance cultivators were surrounded by danger. At the same time, after Lu Yi finished off one of the Dharma cultivators, he exerted force in his legs and ran toward the second Dharma cultivator. At the same time, he shouted, "Hold on!" Hearing the voice, the body cultivator with the big shield didn't react. However, the female Dharma cultivator with the two short swords was shocked because she felt that the voice was a little familiar. However, she didn't have time to check the identity of the person at the moment. Purple veins had already crept up her fair neck. Even her eyes had turned purple. The purple veins were still creeping up, making her look both demonic and beautiful. Ghost cultivators were good at attacking and killing. This kind of head-on confrontation wasn't her strong suit. However, she had no other choice but to activate her strength with all her might. On the other side, Lu Yi moved nimbly and avoided the Dharma cultivator's attacks. As the distance between them shortened rapidly, the Dharma cultivator's eyes revealed traces of fear. He had never seen a weapon cultivator with such nimble movements. Lu Yi easily dodged every one of his Dharma cultivators. Seeing that Lu Yi was about to pounce on him, the Dharma cultivator clenched his teeth. Spiritual energy surged from his body, and a powerful repulsive force swept out in all directions. Lu Yi staggered from the impact. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Dharma cultivator hurriedly closed in on the Myriad Devil Ridge cultivators. However, he had only taken a few steps when a scorching aura attacked him from the side. He turned his head and saw a large flaming bird flapping its wings. He hurriedly waved his hand, and a spiritual energy barrier appeared in front of him. With a boom, the flaming bird slammed into the barrier. His spiritual energy exploded, and the impact caused his body to sway. Amidst the chaotic spiritual energy, Lu Yi brazenly charged forward with his saber. He raised his mountain saber, and a fiery red saber light flashed. A forearm flew out, and the Dharma cultivator's long saber pierced through his body. Amidst the Dharma cultivator's miserable screams, several bloody holes appeared on his body. Boom! Before the Dharma cultivator died, his Dharma cultivator's Dharma cultivator technique landed on Lu Ye's chest. However, it was blocked by the defensive spiritual inscriptions. The huge impact caused Lu Yi to fly out and fall to the ground. He hurriedly got up and looked over. The Dharma cultivator was already kneeling on the ground. A red light floated over from there. Lu Yi tilted his head and spat out a mouthful of blood. He had long since sworn that if he saw any Dharma cultivator he didn't like in the future, he would kill them first. Without any delay, he rushed towards the two Grand Heaven Alliance cultivators to support them without stopping. Perhaps Lu Ye's arrival gave them hope of survival, or perhaps their plan to perish together with their enemies had been foiled. At this moment, the man and woman were fighting as they retreated, drawing closer to Lu Ye's side. However, their injuries were too severe, and they were fighting 2 against 3. It was obvious that they wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Along the way, they left bloody footprints. The attacks of the 3 Myriad Devil Ridge cultivators became increasingly fierce. It wasn't until Lu Yi joined the battle that the situation stabilized. At this moment, the female cultivator finally knew who the newcomers were. She had complicated feelings. She never thought that they would meet again here. "Let's go," Lu Yi shouted as he waved his mountain saber to block an attack. Even with his addition, the situation was still at a disadvantage. If they continued fighting like this, Lu Yi wasn't afraid, but the 2 of them would definitely die. The female cultivator and the body cultivator were still hesitating. Lu Yi shouted again, "Let's go!" The 2 Grand Heaven Alliance cultivators didn't hesitate anymore. They immediately turned around and fled. The pressure on Lu Yi increased sharply. Fighting 3 enemies alone, all of whom were 7th order at that, was something even he couldn't resist. A defensive spiritual rune the size of a table appeared in front of Lu Yi. As Lu Ye's spiritual power was rapidly depleted, the attacks of the 3 people in front of him continued to land, causing cracks to appear all over the defensive spiritual rune. However, with the activation of spiritual power, the defensive spiritual rune was repaired, and the cycle repeated itself. After 3 breaths of time, Lu Yi couldn't hold on any longer. He felt his 5 viscera and 6 bowels trembling. The taste of blood filled his throat. As he removed the spirit rune, he swung his saber and forced the 3 cultivators to retreat. Then he turned around and ran. By the time the 3 from the Myriad Devil Ridge looked up again, Lu Yi had already run 10 feet away. They were shocked at how fast this kid was. The 3 of them simultaneously activated their Tao of weapon manipulation, and the 3 spirit weapons turned into streams of light that shot towards Lu Yi. Feeling the murderous intent behind him, Lu Yi soared into the sky without thinking. The fiery red wings on his back spread open. He didn't activate the spirit rune because he felt that he couldn't block it. Even if he couldn't block it, the huge impact would instantly injure him. Chapter 189. Madame Yen's flying wing tattoo on Lu Ye's back was of great help. Seeing Lu Yi soar into the sky, the 3 Myriad Demon Ridge cultivators were stunned. They didn't expect Lu Yi to have such an ability. For a moment, Lu Yi, who was in the form of a red light, flew in front, while 3 different colored lights flashed behind him, leaving behind long streaks of light. Tattoo wasn't something every low-level cultivator could have. In the entire 9 provinces, there weren't many spirit tattoo masters, and those who could tattoo low-level cultivators were even fewer. It could be said that there were no more than 20 spirit tattoo masters in the entire 9 provinces cultivation world. Madame Yin was one of them. If it weren't for the sect master's face, she wouldn't have taken action so easily. Lu Yi flew a few dozen meters before the sense of danger behind him slowly dissipated. Looking back, the cultivator's spirit artifacts had been taken back. Obviously, Lu Yi had escaped from their attack range. There was a limit to how far a spirit artifact could kill an enemy. For these 7th order cultivators, 300 meters was the furthest they could go. Any further, and their connection with their spirit artifacts would be cut off. Seeing Lu Yi escape, the 3 looked at each other and didn't know whether they should give chase or not. Lu Yi had killed 2 of their Dharma cultivators in a row just now, and his cultivation was exposed in front of them. He was just a 6th order cultivator, and the other 2 Grand Heaven Alliance cultivators were also seriously injured. It could be said that the best choice now was to give chase and not give the enemy a chance to breathe. However, the opposite island was someone else's territory. It wasn't a good idea to give chase rashly. What if someone set a trap there? Not to mention anything else. As long as a few Grand Heaven Alliance cultivators were lying in ambush there, they would be in trouble. After a moment of hesitation, the three had a simple discussion and decided to have the ghost cultivator sneak in to investigate the situation. Among the 6 cultivation systems, ghost cultivators were the best at sneaking in and killing. However, because the cultivators Lu Yi encountered so far weren't high in cultivation, even if he encountered some ghost cultivators, their characteristics weren't obvious. When their cultivation wasn't high, ghost cultivators didn't look much different from weapon cultivators. Only when their cultivation was high enough would the advantages of ghost cultivators be slowly revealed. However, as everyone knew, ghost cultivators ran the fastest, so the responsibility of investigating the enemy's situation fell on the ghost cultivator. Even if he wasn't willing, he didn't have a better way to deal with it at the moment. Under the cover of his 2 companions, the ghost cultivator successfully sneaked into the island of Lu Ye's group. After investigating from a distance, he quickly brought back good news and bad news. The good news was that there was indeed another person there, but that person was also only a 6th order cultivator. At the moment, he was treating the 2 injured Heaven Alliance cultivators. Hearing this, the body cultivator and weapon cultivator were both stunned. They really couldn't figure out which sex guardian and vice envoy were from. Both of them were 6th order cultivators, but there was also a medical cultivator among them. It must be known that even if medical cultivators could cultivate in other schools, they would have to spend a large amount of time studying medical techniques. Therefore, medical cultivators were the weakest among cultivators of the same level. Yi, S of sect, and S of AS, S, Di Dies B's, S's of. S's cultivator wait for their own people to be chopped into a dozen pieces and sewn up? Therefore, the 3 from the Myriad Devil Ridge could not figure out which destitute sect this was. How could there be such a surprising operation? However, they knew that they couldn't wait any longer. The other party had a medical cultivator. Once the 2 heavily injured cultivators of the Grand Heaven Alliance were treated, they would recover their combat strength. By then, they would be fighting against 4 cultivators at the same time. They had to act as soon as possible. They couldn't give the 2 time to recover. After making up their mind, the 3 from Myriad Demon Ridge immediately set off for the opposite island. At the same time, they discussed letting the ghost cultivator entangle Lu Yi. They had a deep understanding of Lu Ye's methods. They knew that they couldn't treat him as an ordinary 6th order cultivator. They didn't expect the ghost cultivator to kill Lu Yi. As long as they could delay him, they would be able to deal with the 3 from Heaven Alliance. Then, even if Lu Yi could fly, he wouldn't be able to escape death. At the same time, Hua Xiai, who was treating the 2 Heaven Alliance cultivators, looked up and glanced at Lu Yi. Lu Yi understood tacitly. Are they here? The body cultivator asked. They're here. The body cultivator stood up with difficulty and carried his big shield spirit artifact. He sighed in his heart. In the end, he couldn't escape this disaster. He smiled at Lu Yi. I've implicated you. I'll try my best to stop them. The female cultivator also stood up with 2 short sabers in her hands. Although they were treated by Hua Xiai, the time was too short. All Hua Xiai could do was stop their bleeding. The female cultivator seemed to want to say something to Lu Yi, but in the end, she didn't say anything. Lu Yi slowly pulled out the long saber at his waist and said lightly, "Don't fight them. If they dare to come, this will be their burial ground." The body cultivator and the female cultivator were surprised. They didn't know where he got his confidence from. Although they had 4 people on their side, their chances of winning weren't high. My family's medical cultivator is very scary. After saying that, Lu Yi clenched the mountain saber in his hand. In his field of vision, the 3 people from the Myriad Devil Ridge had already rushed over. Before they arrived, 3 streams of light had already flown over. The burly body cultivator shouted and stood in front of everyone. He stuck the spirit artifact shield in his hand on the ground and activated his spirit artifact. A thick barrier immediately appeared on the spirit artifact shield, blocking all 4 of them behind. Clanging sounds were heard. Every sound made the body cultivator's body tremble slightly. However, he stood still as if his feet were rooted to the ground. With the enemy's attack, the barrier of the spirit artifact shield began to shatter. However, Lu Yi and the female cultivator had already rushed out. One of the 2 short sabers in the female cultivator's hand flew out. She also used the spirit artifact Dao to attack her opponent, forcing the weapon cultivator from the Myriad Devil Ridge to activate his own spirit artifact to block. At the same time, Lu Yi also activated a spell to attack the ghost cultivator. The scene was very lively for a moment, and spirit artifact waves rose and fell one after another. Hiding behind the spirit artifact shield, Hua Xiai slowly raised her hand and activated her spirit artifact to form a seal. In the next moment, the expressions of the 3 people from the Myriad Devil Ridge suddenly changed. The spirit artifact chi in their bodies suddenly became obscure and sluggish. This caused their strength to plummet, and the power of their attacks weakened significantly. Not only that, but the 3 of them felt as if something had drilled out of their 7 orifices, making it difficult for them to breathe and blocking their vision. As those things grew, their spirit artifact chi rapidly drained away. This scared the 3 of them quite a bit. Lu Yi had already rushed in front of the ghost cultivator. The saber in his hand slashed down and blood splattered after 30 breaths of time. The battle ended as the body cultivator's spirit artifact shield smashed the body cultivator's head. Lu Yi sheathed his saber, and Hua Xi's expression was calm. Only the body cultivator and the female cultivator looked at her with complicated expressions. Lu Yi had said that her family's medical cultivator was terrifying, but they didn't think too much about it. They only thought that how terrifying could a medical cultivator be? The world's understanding of medical cultivators had always been to save the dying and heal the injured. It was only at this moment that they understood that medical cultivators were truly terrifying. They didn't even see what had happened. They only knew that many small mushrooms had suddenly grown out of the 3 people from the Myriad Devil Ridge while they were rushing over. Immediately after, their strength plummeted. Then, the 3 of them dealt with the 3 of them as if they were chopping melons and vegetables. They had never heard of such a strange method in this world. Their respective sects also had some medical cultivators, but none of them could be compared to the one beside them. The 2 of them faintly felt that this gentle female medical cultivator had probably obtained some fortuitous encounter or inheritance. Otherwise, there was no way she could have such terrifying abilities. "Heal your wounds," Lu Yi said, and began to clean up the battlefield. Hua Xiai looked at the 2 of them and asked softly, "Who's going first?" The body cultivator and the female cultivator looked at each other and said in unison, "Him." As if sensing something, Hua Xiai smiled sweetly. "Don't worry, I won't plant mushrooms on your bodies." The body cultivator scratched his head awkwardly. "Junior Marshal Sisterlon, you go first. I can still hold on." While the 3 of them were healing their wounds, Lu Yi picked up the storage bags and spiritual tools on the ground. Then he dragged the 3 corpses to the seaside and threw them into the sea. After that, he ran to another small island and cleaned up the things of the people he had killed before. He did the same to the corpses. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Lu Yi returned with a strange expression and something in his hand. "Junior Marshal Brother Yi." The female cultivator had finished healing her wounds and was no longer in a serious condition. However, she still needed some time to recover. "Senior Marshal Sisterlon." Lu Yi looked at her with a smile. "We meet again." Although he had saved her before, he was pressed for time and didn't have time to catch up. This female cultivator was Lan Yudi from the Purple Cloud Mountain. More than 2 months ago, when Lu Ye's identity was exposed and countless cultivators from the Myriad Devil Ridge wanted to kill him, it was Lan Yudi who led the people from the Purple Cloud Mountain to find Lu Yi first. During that period of escape, Lu Yi had received the protection of many people, but the one who left the deepest impression on him was Lan Yudi. Firstly, she was the first to find him. Secondly, the two of them had spent the longest time together. Sometimes the people who protected Lu Yi were forced to fight the cultivators from the Myriad Devil Ridge as soon as they came into contact with Lu Yi. In the end, when he separated from Lan Yudi, she and some people from the Big Dipper sect were besieged by the cultivators from the Myriad Devil Ridge. However, Lu Yi took the initiative to expose his whereabouts and drew away many of the cultivators from the Myriad Devil Ridge. After that, he sent a message to Lan Yudi and confirmed her safety. However, Lu Yi didn't expect to meet her during the battle at Lingxi. Since she was here, it meant that she was either guardian or deputy guardian. "Many thanks for saving my life, junior martial brother," Lan Yudi said seriously. Lu Yi shook his head. "If it weren't for senior martial sister's protection, I wouldn't be here today. Speaking of which, I should be the one thanking senior martial sister." "Then we're even." Lan Yudi smiled slightly. Before Lu Yi could say anything, Hua Xiai, who was treating the body cultivator's wounds, blinked innocently. "Didn't you tell me last time that I should repay a debt of gratitude with my body?" "Ah, last time?" Lan Yudi looked at Lu Yi in surprise. Lu Ye's face darkened. "Ignore her. My family's medical cultivator likes to talk nonsense." Chapter 190. He then exchanged names with the body cultivator who was being treated. He was the guardian of an 8th-rank sect in Dingzhou. His name was Gao Tai. After learning Lu Ye's identity, Gao Tai was surprised. "So you're Lu Ye from the Jade Blood sect." 2 months ago, the battle at Golden Light Peak caused quite a commotion. Lu Yi was too lazy to correct the way others addressed him. Some things had already been spread, so he couldn't deny it. Lan Yudi was the vice guardian, while Gao Tai was the guardian. Originally, there were 2 other people with them. However, in the battle with the Myriad Devil Ridge cultivators, those 2 had died in battle. Their belongings were still in Lu Ye's hands. Lu Yi immediately asked them to identify their belongings and return their storage pouches. Although they had narrowly escaped death, the deaths of their companions made Lan Yudi and Gao Tai somewhat depressed. After talking with them for a while, Lu Yi learned that their luck was pretty good. They had met up at the beginning, and then the 4 of them joined forces and killed a few Myriad Devil Ridge cultivators. That was until they met those people from before. There were 4 of them, while the other side had 6. In a situation where their cultivations were about the same, the other side clearly had the upper hand. If Lu Yi hadn't suddenly appeared, the 2 of them would have died. "Do you 2 recognize this?" Lu Yi asked as he tossed a bone fragment to each of them. Lan Yudi and Gao Tai caught it and inspected it. They shook their heads. Lan Yudi asked, "What is this?" "I don't know." Lu Yi played with the other 2 bone fragments in his hand. "I found it over there." He had collected 2 bone fragments before, and when he went to clean up the battlefield, he actually found 2 more. One was from the body of the spell cultivator he killed in a sneak attack, and the other was from the corpse of another Myriad Devil Ridge cultivator. This person had been killed before Lu Yi came, and it was one of the 3 corpses lying on the ground. When he told them about his discovery, Lan Yudi and Gao Tai both revealed surprised expressions. "You're saying that you found these bone fragments from 4 different sects? If those 2 people weren't from the same sect, then they were from 4 different sects. What exactly is this?" Lan Yudi poured her spiritual power into it, but there was no reaction. She pinched it with all her might, but there was still no reaction. She even used her short knife to cut it a few times, but it didn't break. "I've never seen it before. Perhaps it's a spirit material that we don't recognize." Gao Tai guessed. But why would it appear in the bodies of people from the 4 different sects? Lan Yuri saw the problem. Lu Yi also wanted to know the reason, but she couldn't find an answer. Previously, Hua Xiai had guessed that the 2 Myriad Devil Ridge cultivators were related by blood. But now, it seemed that this guess wasn't reliable. It didn't make sense that all 4 of them were related by blood. Moreover, they had joined 4 different sections. In the end, he could only put it aside for now. He planned to ask 4th senior brother. 4th senior brother was experienced and knowledgeable, so he should have some clues. After letting Lan Yuri and Gao Tai recover from their injuries, Lu Yi remained vigilant while sending a message to her 4th senior brother. As for Hua Xiai, she ran out to plant more mushrooms. The island wasn't too big, so she could still control it. However, if the island was too big, she wouldn't be able to plant mushrooms everywhere. She could only concentrate them in a certain area. 4th senior brother didn't reply for the time being. Lu Yi guessed that he might be fighting with someone. Lu Yi wasn't worried about that. Over the past few days, he had gained a better understanding of the cultivation world. He knew about the spirit stream list and that 4th senior brother was an expert ranked 10th on the list. It was said that the guardian of the Pill Heart sect was a monster ranked 1st on the list. With the 2 of them together, there were very few people in the Chess Sea who could pose a threat to them. After waiting for a while, the imprint replied, "I was fighting with someone just now." "Little junior brother, what's the matter?" 4th senior brother's tone was relaxed. The person who fought with him obviously didn't have a good ending. Lu Yi described his discovery in detail and asked 4th senior brother about the bone fragment. Unexpectedly, before he could describe it in detail, 4th senior brother had already told him about the characteristics of the bone fragment. "Senior brother, you have one too?" Lu Yi was surprised. "I just found one." Lu Yi suddenly had a bad feeling. He was at the periphery of the Chess Sea, while 4th senior brother was at the center of the Chess Sea. The fact that the same bone fragment had appeared on the bodies of different Myriad Devil Ridge cultivators and in different locations in the Chess Sea clearly indicated something. "What exactly is this thing? I've never seen it before. I'll go ask someone and let me know if I have any results." Okay. After ending the communication with 4th senior brother, Lu Yi rubbed the bone fragment in his hand. After thinking for a while, he put it in his storage bag. For hours later, another small island floated over. It wasn't as big as Lu Ye's island and seemed to have only merged a few times. However, after attaching themselves to each other, Lu Yi found that they were cultivators from the Grand Heaven Alliance. There were only 2 of them, and both of them were injured. It seemed that they had been through a fierce battle. When they met up with each other, they were overjoyed to find out that there was a medical cultivator on Lu Ye's side. They had originally planned to fight to the death. After all, in their current state, they definitely wouldn't have a good ending if they encountered cultivators from the Myriad Devil Ridge. They didn't expect that they would be so lucky. Not only did they encounter cultivators from the Grand Heaven Alliance, but they also encountered a medical cultivator who could save lives and heal the injured. Hua Xiai treated their injuries, and the 2 of them were naturally grateful. As a result, there were now 6 cultivators gathered on the small island. Everyone felt much safer now. Even if they were to encounter a group of Myriad Demons Ridge cultivators, they would still be able to put up a fight. Moreover, if they were to encounter a group of Myriad Demons Ridge cultivators, who knew which side would have more people. At the same time, fierce battles broke out on the small islands of different sizes in the entire Chess Sea. Every battle ended with the complete annihilation of one side. Looking at the situation in the entire Chess Sea, there was no doubt that the Myriad Devil Ridge had the absolute advantage, because many cultivators from the Myriad Devil Ridge had gathered together. On the other hand, there were not many cultivators from the Grand Heaven Alliance who could meet up with their own camp. Most of them encountered cultivators who were hostile to them. Even if they won this battle, there would be another battle waiting for them. As the cultivators from the Myriad Devil Ridge continued to gather, they could often form a situation where they outnumbered the enemy. In this way, the Grand Heaven Alliance suffered even more casualties. Once they encountered the enemy, they basically didn't have much power to resist. Half a day later, a great battle broke out. There were 6 people on the Grand Heaven Alliance's side and 6 people on the other side. Their numbers were equal, but on the surface, the Grand Heaven Alliance's side was obviously at a disadvantage. Lu Yi and Hua Ci were 2 sixth-order cultivators, and the remaining 4 were all injured. Even with Hua Ci's treatment, it would still take them a few days to recover. After a short, probing confrontation, Lu Yi and the others were defeated and retreated to the back of the island. Seeing this, the 6 cultivators from the Myriad Devil Ridge chased after them with great momentum. In the end, the ground was littered with chicken feathers. When these 6 people stepped into the mushroom area planted by Hua Ci, they were doomed to die. Even though they had seen such a scene before, Lan Yu Dai and Gao Tai were still a little uncomfortable. The 2 cultivators from the Grand Heaven Alliance, who saw such a scene for the first time, were even more horrified. Fortunately, although they were horrified, they didn't show any mercy. In this great battle, it could be said that everyone had gained something, and they were all smiling. They were already grateful to Hua Ci, so their expressions became even more amiable. In such a place, it was really reassuring to have a medical cultivator at the back. Not to mention that this medical cultivator had a strange method to weaken the enemy. It could be said that Hua Ci had contributed greatly to this battle being won so easily. After the battle, no one took the spoils, and they all handed it over to Hua Ci. For them, being able to kill the enemy and obtain merit points and the support of the Heaven's Fate Pillar was already a great profit. Who would have the nerve to share the spoils? Hua Ci naturally refused, but the others refused so fiercely that she could only accept it with a smile. After this great battle, they also realized Hua Ci's importance. After discussing with Lu Yi, they finally decided that in the future, one person would be assigned to protect Hua Ci in every battle. This really made Lu Yi feel what it meant to be treated differently. However, he was also happy to see this. After all, Hua Ci's strength was a little weak, so she would be safer if someone was assigned to protect her. After the great battle, they naturally recovered. At this moment, a message came. Lu Yi checked it and found that it was from 4th senior brother. Hurry up and throw away those bone pieces. Those things can affect the chess islands in the Chessie. The chess islands of the people with the bone pieces will be attracted to each other. The people of the Myriad Demons Ridge are constantly gathering with the help of these bone pieces. Haotian Alliance is going to suffer in this battle of Spirit Creek. Seeing this message, Lu Yi could not help but be stunned. He had felt that those bone pieces were a little strange, but he did not expect them to have such a wonderful effect. According to 4th senior brother's message, these bone pieces could actually affect the chess islands in the Chessie. The chess islands of the people with the bone pieces would be attracted to each other and eventually gather together. This way, the people of the Myriad Demons Ridge would grow stronger like a rolling snowball. Combining all the things that he had encountered before, Lu Yi immediately judged that 4th senior brother should be right. The 4 bone pieces that he had obtained belonged to different forces of the Myriad Demons Ridge, but they could gather together in the Chess Sea. There might be an element of luck involved, but it was very likely that the bone pieces had an effect on the chess islands. If that was the case, then Haotian Alliance was really going to suffer in this battle of Spirit Creek. Where did this bone piece come from? Has it never appeared before? Lu Yi sent a message to ask. It seems to have been accidentally discovered by a sect of the Myriad Demons Ridge in the Chess Sea a few decades ago. It was the remains of a powerful sea demon beast. After they brought it back, the people of the Myriad Demons Ridge somehow found a way to use the remains and polished it into bone pieces. They took advantage of this battle of Spirit Creek to distribute it to various sects, big and small. 4th senior brother hurriedly replied, "Little junior brother, you must be careful. Try to team up with other people of the Haotian Alliance as much as possible. Hold on until all the chess islands merge. I'll look for you then." I'm not in much danger here. Be careful, senior brother, Lu Yi replied. After ending the message with Li Baxian, Lu Yi frowned. The myriad demons Ridge had definitely come prepared this time. Before this, the news of these bone pieces had not been spread. It was only when the Battle of Spirit Creek began that the myriad demons Ridge suddenly launched an attack. Obviously, they had been planning this for a long time. The great sage of human Tao. However, the maintenance staff will correct the content of the chapter within 2 minutes after you submit it. Please wait patiently. Chapter 191. Perhaps the myriad demon Ridge had prepared this in the past, but because the terrain wasn't the chess sea, the bone fragments didn't play a role. The bone fragments weren't spirit materials, so even if the cultivators of Grand Heaven Alliance seized them, they wouldn't care too much about them. This time the defensive battle was in the chess sea, so the well-prepared myriad demon Ridge naturally had a great advantage. If this was the case, then fourth senior brother would be in danger because the myriad demon Ridge had a premeditated plan. Obviously, they wouldn't be satisfied with just killing some 7th or 8th order cultivators. They were more willing to target the guardian envoys and deputy envoys of the core circle. Those people were the future pillars of their respective sects. If they all died here, the Spirit Stream Realm cultivators wouldn't be completely wiped out, but there would definitely be fewer people to carry the sect for the next few decades. The myriad demon Ridge was playing a big game of chess. Even if the function of the bone fragments was exposed, the myriad demon Ridge was fearless because the merging and attachment of the chess islands in the chess sea wasn't controlled by humans. Everyone who entered here could only passively wait for the chess island they were on to merge with other chess islands and then participate in the battle. Before all the chess islands merged into a huge continent, even a master like Li Baxian couldn't fly over the sea and escape to another chess island in a crisis. Flying over the sea consumed too much spirit energy, and Lu Yi knew this very well. The myriad demons Ridge, who had the bone fragment, naturally had a great advantage. When he told them the news he got from Li Baxian, they were all shocked. No one expected the bone fragments to have such a magical function. My fourth senior brother told me to throw away the bone fragments quickly, or else it will take us to join the myriad demon Ridge cultivators with the bone fragments. As Lu Yi spoke, he took out all the bone fragments and rubbed them in his hand. It seemed that he had no intention of throwing them away. What does junior brother think? Lan Yudai looked at him. What do you think? Lu Yi asked back. One of the 2 Grand Heaven Alliance cultivators who came later said, Senior Marshal Brother, Li doesn't know about our situation here. He made the suggestion because he's worried about Junior Marshal Brother Ya's safety. There are 6 of us now, and with Junior Sister Hua Si's arrangement, even if we encounter people from the Myriad Devil Ridge, as long as there are less than 10 of us, we can still fight them. If this bone fragment really has such an effect, I feel that not only should we not throw it away, but we should also use it to bring us to the Myriad Devil Ridge. After he finished speaking, he turned his head and looked around. His fellow disciple naturally nodded in agreement. Lan Yudai and Gao Tai looked at each other and nodded. Everyone looked at Lu Yi. Lu Yi smiled and said, Since no one has any objections, we'll each take one. I wonder if the effects will become stronger if we have more of these things. As he spoke, he distributed 3 out of the 4 bone fragments in his hand. Coincidentally, each person from the sect had one. His expression was solemn. Right now, many people from the Myriad Devil Ridge must have gathered. The Grand Heaven Alliance probably suffered a great loss. As long as we can kill more enemies, we can reduce our losses. This way, we'll have the capital to fight against the Myriad Devil Ridge after all the chess islands merge. Lan Yudai nodded. You're right, Junior Marshal Brother. Gao Tai suddenly had a sense of honor and mission. If that's the case, the heavy responsibility of saving the Grand Heaven Alliance falls on us. As soon as he said that, the other 2 people's expressions turned serious. Lu Yi laughed. It's not that exaggerated. Some people from the Grand Heaven Alliance are lucky enough to gather together. Anyway, no matter what, we'll work harder together." Everyone nodded and felt a heavy burden on their shoulders. "Everyone take a rest. I'll be on guard," Lu Yi said, and went to the highest point of the small island in a flash. 2 hours later, a small island appeared in Lu Ye's sight. He immediately issued a warning. Everyone who was recuperating stood up and looked into the distance. They couldn't see the situation on the small island clearly, so they didn't know which camp they were from. However, no matter which camp they were from, everyone was ready to fight. After a simple discussion, a new plan to lure the enemies deep in came out. Lan Yudai and Gao Tai would be in charge of luring the enemies, while Lu Yi and the others would retreat to the back of the small island. If the enemies were cultivators from the Grand Heaven Alliance, they would naturally welcome them warmly. If they were from the Myriad Devil Ridge, Lan Yudai and Gao Tai would lure them over. As long as they dared to chase after them, they would definitely pass through the mushroom area set up by Hua Xiai. By then, they would have to improvise. The reason why Lan Yudai and Gao Tai were in charge of luring the enemies was that Gao Tai was a body cultivator with thick skin and flesh. Even if he was hit a few times, it wouldn't be fatal. With Hua Xiai in charge of the rear, as long as he wasn't killed on the spot or suffered severe injuries, he would have a chance to be treated afterward. In short, Gao Tai was in charge of taking a beating. As for Lan Yudai, she was in charge of being as beautiful as a flower, with such a delicate and graceful female cultivator running in front with so many bloodstains on her body. It would be easy for the Myriad Devil Ridge's cultivators to chase after her. This plan was proposed by Lu Yi and received everyone's approval. Only Lan Yudai looked at Lu Yi with a somewhat unfriendly expression. After the plan was formulated, everyone immediately began to implement it. Lu Yi, Hua Xiai, and the others retreated to the back of the small island, while Lan Yudai and Gao Tai continued to watch from the commanding heights. While they were waiting, there was a loud boom. The earth quaked and the mountains swayed as the two islands collided. Lu Yi focused his senses, and soon there were fluctuations of spirit power and the whistling sound of spells flying through the air. After a short while, Lu Yi checked the battlefield imprint and transmitted the information he received from Lan Yudai. 5 people from the Myriad Devil Ridge. 5 people meant that at least one person from 3 sects had died in the battle. Even if the Myriad Devil Ridge had planned this in a real battle, it was not certain that one could escape unscathed with more people. When they knew that they were going to die, regardless of whether it was the people from the Myriad Devil Ridge or the Haotian Alliance, they would erupt with the momentum and determination to perish together with the enemy. Of course, after being weakened by Hua Xi's mushrooms, such momentum and determination were not much of a threat. Rumbling sounds kept coming from the front. Lu Yi soon saw Lan Yudai and Gao Tai fleeing in this direction in a sorry state. The 2 of them did not run together, but split up. The cultivators from the Myriad Devil Ridge, who were chasing after them, were also very careful. They kept observing the situation around them while chasing, afraid that they would be ambushed. However, as long as they dared to land on this chess island, no matter how careful they were, it would be useless. Hua Xi's arrangements did not cover the entire island, but she had planted mushrooms at all the key points. Unless the cultivators could maintain a flying posture, they would inevitably inhale some of the spores. After seeing Lu Yi and the others, the cultivators from the Myriad Devil Ridge, who were chasing after them, showed an expression that they had expected it. However, after discovering that Lu Yi and Hua Xiai were only in the 6th order, they relaxed a lot. 6 against 5. It was hard to say who had the upper hand, but on Lu Ye's side, other than Hua Xiai and him, the other 4 were all covered in blood. It was obvious that they were all injured. Just as the 5 people were hesitating whether to attack or not, Lu Yi and the others had already rushed forward. The 5 people had no choice but to meet them head-on. Spirit artifacts flew out one after another and collided with each other in mid-air, making clanging sounds. Halos of spirit energy explosions rose and fell one after another. Because Lu Yi and the others had left one person to protect Hua Xiai, and because he was only in the 6th order and could not control his artifact, yet the cultivators from the Myriad Devil Ridge had the absolute advantage in this battle. Just as the 5 people from the Myriad Devil Ridge thought this, the situation suddenly took a turn for the worse. The spirit chi in their bodies became obscure, and they lost control of their spirit artifacts. In an instant, Lan Yu Dai and the others knocked down 3 of their spirit artifacts. When Lu Yi rushed in front of a Myriad Devil Ridge cultivator, the latter retreated in horror. However, he could not block the saber light coming at him head-on. Blood splattered, and screams rang out one after another. After 20 breaths, the battle was over. Lu Yi shook off the blood on his saber and sheathed it. He then called out to Gao Tai, "Senior Brother Gao, accompany me to the opposite island to take a look." "Okay." Gao Tai hurriedly agreed. The 2 of them went to investigate together. Although they felt that it was impossible for the other side to have left anyone there, it was always right to be careful. If there was any negligence that led to casualties on their side, it would not be worth it. Lan Yu Dai and the others stayed behind to clean up the battlefield and gave all the spoils to Hua Xiai as usual. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She didn't know how many storage bags she would have collected after this battle. She wanted to split some of her forces, but no one was willing to accept it. Everyone knew that the reason why the battle was so easy was all because of Hua Xiai. Without Hua Xi's skills, even if they were 6 against 5, there would still be casualties. On the other hand, no one was injured, and they didn't even consume much spirit chi. Who wouldn't like such a battle? This made them even more determined to protect Hua Xiai. On the other side, Lu Yi and Gao Tai carefully checked to make sure that there were no Myriad Devil Ridge cultivators hiding there before returning to the main island. Afterwards, Lan Yu Dai accompanied Hua Xiai to the opposite island to make the corresponding arrangements. As the island expanded, Hua Xiai needed to set up more places. Therefore, she couldn't set up the entire island. She could only choose a few suitable locations, and this kind of thing consumed a lot of spirit power. Fortunately, the spirit-gathering spirit rune that Lu Yi had constructed previously was still in effect. Every time she finished setting up the rune, she only needed to meditate and recover, and she would be able to recover very quickly. Especially with the expansion of the island, the world energy became richer and richer. The world energy on the island was almost twice that of the Blue Blood Sect station. While Hua Xiai was busy, Lu Yi thought about it and constructed a larger spirit-gathering spirit rune where everyone was resting. This spirit-gathering spirit rune consumed 60% of his spirit chi. Seeing Lu Ye's methods, Gao Tai and the rest were all shocked as if they were celestial beings. Only now did they realize that the 2 people from the Blue Blood Sect were treasures. Not only could Hua Xiai heal and save people, but she could also plant mushrooms to weaken enemies. Lu Yi could also easily construct spirit-gathering runes. This would undoubtedly make everyone's recovery much easier. In the future, they would no longer have to worry about spirit energy consumption. What kind of godly sect was the Blue Blood Sect? Once you submit it, the maintenance staff will correct the content in 2 minutes. Please wait patiently. Chapter 192. Time passed. As the island merged and collided with other islands, battles broke out from time to time. Lu Yi and the others continued with their previous battle plan. Every time, they would let Gao Tai and Lan Yudi go out to lure the enemy in. Then, they would gather and destroy them. Although this method was a bit old, it was extremely effective. It wasn't that no one saw through their simple trick, but even if they did, so what? Unless the people from the Myriad Devil Ridge didn't chase after them, they wouldn't be able to return if they did. Occasionally, they would encounter cultivators from their own side. The merging and attachment of the islands in the Chess Sea should follow a principle of proximity. The 2 closest islands would move closer to each other. At the same time, the strange bone pieces would play a role and attract each other. 3 days later, there were more than 20 cultivators from the Grand Heaven Alliance gathered on the island. At this time, it was very difficult to encounter cultivators who were alone. Regardless of whether it was the Myriad Devil Ridge or the Grand Heaven Alliance, the weaker side had been wiped out long ago. The ones who survived were the cultivators who gathered together and formed small groups. A small group of more than 20 people was not a small number. This also made the battle easier. Even if they encountered more cultivators from the Myriad Devil Ridge, the Grand Heaven Alliance would not lose out at all. With Hua Si at the back, the cultivators from the Grand Heaven Alliance weren't afraid of fighting. They didn't care if they were injured or not. After the battle, Hua Si would heal them. Moreover, with the spirit gathering runes constructed by Lu Yi, they didn't need to worry about spirit force consumption. Therefore, the cultivators from the Grand Heaven Alliance were like a group of fierce tigers in battle. The Myriad Devil Ridge cultivators who faced them were doubting their lives. The island gradually expanded. Hua Si no longer went out to plant mushrooms because it was beyond her control. She was now a key target of protection. There were always 2 cultivators by her side. Even Gao Tai would follow Lu Yi closely when he went out to battle. It was as if he would sacrifice himself to save Lu Yi at any time. Although the 2 from the Jade Blood sect had the lowest cultivation, they were of great help to the Grand Heaven Alliance in this environment. No one dared to let anything happen to them. A jade green light flickered, and a numb and itchy feeling came over. Hua Si was healing Lu Yi. This time, they encountered a tough nut to crack. When a small island on the opposite side merged, they discovered that there were more than 30 cultivators from the Myriad Devil Ridge gathered there. This was a terrifying number. It could be said that at this stage, this group of Myriad Demons Ridge cultivators was practically invincible in the Chess Sea. No one would be a match for them. Those Myriad Demons Ridge cultivators must have gone through many small islands to form such a scale. They were invincible and arrogant all the way here. As a result, when they charged into the main island, they immediately met with misfortune. In just a few dozen breaths of time, more than 10 of the 30 people died. The rest of the people fled in panic, leaving behind a few more corpses before returning to their island. Lu Yi and the others naturally chased after them. However, the other party had also set up some traps in advance, causing some casualties on their side. The situation suddenly came to a stalemate. Neither side dared to rashly set foot on the other's island. Both sides sent out a few eloquent debaters to argue with each other across the air. However, it was not a solution to continue arguing like this. They had the advantage in numbers, and there were also medical cultivators in the rear. After some discussion, they decided to attack forcefully. The battle on the Chess Sea could not be dragged on for too long because no one could say when another island would merge. If it were their own people, they would naturally be overjoyed. However, if it were their enemies, it would only make the situation worse. After all, after every battle, they still needed some time to recover. After 2 strong attacks, although no one on their side died, a few people were injured. They had no choice but to give up. We can't drag this out any longer. With that bone piece playing a role, the next opponent we encounter will most likely be from the Myriad Demons Ridge. At that time, it will become more and more disadvantageous for us, a guardian of an 8th rank sect said. This wasn't him trying to scare them, but the truth. Over the past 3 days, Lu Yi and the others had gathered over 20 people, but most of them had encountered cultivators from the Myriad Devil Ridge. According to the odds, every time the islands merged, the chances of encountering cultivators from the Myriad Devil Ridge were around 70%. This was undoubtedly the bone piece playing a role, affecting the direction of the Chess Islands movement. There is a formation cultivator on the other side. Although the formation he set up is still crude, its power cannot be underestimated. We have to find a way to kill that formation cultivator. That guy is well protected by the people of the Myriad Demons Ridge. It will be difficult to kill him. The few of them discussed while recovering, but in the end, they couldn't come up with an effective plan. Of course, if they didn't care about the losses and force their way through, they would definitely be able to win with their current advantage in numbers. However, they didn't know how many people would die. Unless it was absolutely necessary, no one was willing to do that. Lu Yi tilted his head and looked at a thin cultivator beside him. This person was holding a palm-sized spider and repairing it. The spider looked very lifelike, almost no different from a real spider. However, it was not a living creature, but a kind of mechanical creation. The thin cultivator was the guardian of the Qianji Pavilion called Lu Yushan. The Qianji Pavilion was a very special sect in the 9 states because this sect inherited the school of Yanshi. In addition to the 6 major schools of cultivators, there were also some smaller schools. Some had a long history, and some are rising, but without exception, these schools were very small and did not conform to the general cultivation trend, so they generally did not form a large scale. The sect master used to have a double-armed carriage. The horses pulling the carriage were like living creatures, which was a creation of Yanshi. However, on the way back to the Blue Blood sect with Lu Yi, it was ambushed and destroyed. At that time, the sect master also told Lu Yi that he might have a chance to meet Yanshi in the future. This Lu Yushan was a Yanshi who was good at making mechanical creations. Lu Ye's impression of Yanshi was limited by the double-armed carriage, thinking that the things made by Yanshi were probably only auxiliary. However, after fighting side by side with Lu Yushan, he found that his understanding of Yanshi was somewhat biased. Their creations could kill enemies, and they were very powerful. Lu Yushan had a spirit artifact, the Thunder Dragon Cannon. Its attack method was very simple. It absorbed the spirit energy of spirit stones, compressed it, and then shot it out. Lu Yi saw with his own eyes that a 7th-order weapon cultivator was hit by the Thunder Dragon Cannon, and then half of his chest was gone. Such a fierce attack, even his defensive spirit rune could not resist. However, even though it was ferocious, it also had a huge drawback. It took a long time to store up power, so it was very easy to avoid. Therefore, during the battle, Lu Yushan did not use it, but once he used it, it would be earth-shattering. At the same time, the consumption of the Thunder Dragon Cannon was also very large. One shot would cost 4 spirit stones. Yanshi's mechanical creations were very exquisite. They relied mostly on external forces, so it was difficult for high-level cultivators to see Yanshi's shadow. However, this did not mean that Yanshi had no future. Talented Yanshi could also cultivate to a high realm. The sect master of the 1,000 Secret Pavilion was a spirit sea realm cultivator, but because the number of disciples in the sect was too small, the sect's grade was only 8th grade. At this moment, the spider that Lu Yushan was repairing was a mechanical creation. This thing had no lethality and was only used to detect the enemy's situation. The situation on the opposite island was detected by him using this kind of mechanical spider. After healing, Lu Yi picked up a mechanical spider to investigate. Lu Yushan looked up and smiled at Lu Yi. "Junior brother, are you interested in this thing? I've never seen it before. Yanshi is a small sect, and there are not many people. It is normal that junior brother has not seen it before. Does senior brother have many of these creations? I have more than a dozen." Lu Yushan said frankly, "If junior brother wants one, take it and play with it." Lu Yi took one and walked over to Hua Xiai. Hua Xiai looked at the spider in his hand with a vigilant face. Her hair stood on end, but on the surface she remained calm. "What are you doing?" "Take a look at this." Lu Yi threw the spider to her, but Hua Xiai did not catch it, and it fell directly on her chest. Hua Xiai looked down, motionless. Her face turned pale at a speed visible to the naked eye, and her body began to tremble slightly. "Are you afraid?" Lu Yi picked up the spider again and looked at her in surprise. "I'm not afraid." Hua Xi's voice changed. Lu Yi nodded. "Senior brother Lu has more than a dozen of these things. I was thinking if you can plant the mushroom here and then let senior brother Lu send it to the other side when the time is right." He clenched a fist and opened it in front of Hua Xiai. Boom! Since the enemy did not dare to come over, the mushroom would be sent over. The effect would be the same. If this method worked, then the future battle would not be limited to luring the enemy in, but they could also take the initiative to attack. Of course, the premise was that Lu Yushan had enough mechanical creations. Can it work? The guardian envoys who were discussing how to kill the cultivators of the myriad demons' ridge also looked over. Lu Yushan also stopped what he was doing. Hua Xiai took a deep breath and reached out to take the spider in Lu Ye's hand, calmly saying, "I'll try." When her fingertips touched Lu Ye's hand, Lu Yi felt that her skin was very cold. After a while, Hua Xiai said, "Yes, but I don't know if senior brother Lu can still control this thing." As soon as her voice fell, Lu Yushan urged his spiritual power. With a slight movement of his mind, the spider in Hua Xi's hand suddenly moved, and its hairy claws scratched her palm. With a bang, the spider slapped Lu Ye's face. Lu Ye's face was covered with dust from the exploding spores, and even the delicate spider was torn apart. Everyone around looked at this scene with stunned eyes. Hua Xiai smiled firmly. "My hand slipped?" Lu Yi wiped his face and looked at her expressionlessly. Only Lu Yushan stretched out a trembling hand and said bitterly, "My 8 claws!" The plan worked. Several people immediately began to work. Lu Yushan had a junior sister on his side. Both of them had many small and exquisite mechanical creations. Hua Xiai planted mushrooms in each of those creations. After she was done, she was about to collapse. Chapter 193. The battle had already begun, and more than 20 people from their side were advancing. The body cultivator was at the front, followed by the weapon cultivator, followed by the Dharma cultivator and the ghost cultivator. Hua Xiai was at the back, and 2 cultivators followed her closely, blocking any possible attacks for her. The power of techniques and artifact manipulation began to show. The 2 sides fought fiercely from a distance, and their spirit energies surged. Lu Yi and Lu Yushan stood at the highest point of the island, not participating in the battle. They had more important tasks. At this moment, Lu Yushan was sitting cross-legged in front of Lu Yi, his spirit energies surging as he controlled his spider creation to sneak into the enemy's chess island. Lu Yushan assumed a strong offensive posture just to attract the enemy's attention and make it easier for him to move. Otherwise, the myriad demon ridge cultivators would easily discover the strange spiders. After all, there were basically no living creatures on the chess island. Lu Yi stood here to protect Lu Yushan, who was controlling the mechanism creation, and to wait for an opportunity. The enemy array cultivator had to be killed. Otherwise, even if Hua Xi's method worked, their side would suffer losses. He watched for a moment before turning his head to look at the sea. There was another chess island floating towards them, and it would probably merge with them in an incense stick's worth of time. He didn't know whether it was an enemy or a friend, so he couldn't delay. If there were dozens of myriad demon ridge cultivators there, they would be attacked from both sides. The aftermath of the battle became fiercer and fiercer until a certain moment, Lu Yushan opened his eyes and stood up. "Everyone is in position." Lu Yi nodded. "Let's move." He took a step forward and held Lu Yushan's arm with both hands. Fiery red spirit energies flowed behind his back and turned into wings. He soared into the sky and flew straight towards the battlefield. Hua Xiai, who was at the back of the array, noticed the spirit energies' fluctuations and turned her head to look back. She saw Lu Yi flying over with Lu Yushan. Their eyes met, and she nodded slightly. In the blink of an eye, Lu Yi and Lu Yushan passed through their ranks. This scene also shocked the cultivators of the Myriad Devil Ridge. Although they didn't know what Grand Heaven Alliance was going to do, it was obviously something big. Several streams of light immediately changed direction and swept towards Lu Yi, but before they could get close, they lost their momentum. The artifact manipulation of 7th Order cultivators was limited, so how could Lu Yi easily break into their attack range? It could be said that he was invincible when he activated the Flying Wing Tattoo. Lu Yushan, who was held in front of him, was on tenterhooks for a while. When he discovered that the enemy couldn't attack him at all, he also relaxed and made a hand seal while shouting in a low voice, "Explode!" In the Myriad Devil Ridge camp, spiders that were hiding in ambush exploded one after another. This gave everyone from the Myriad Devil Ridge quite a shock. No one knew what was going on. However, after the spiders exploded, they did not suffer any damage. Just as they were feeling suspicious, Hua Xiai took action. A circle of dark green aura, visible to the naked eye, spread out in all directions with her as the center. It went past the cultivators on her side and enveloped the cultivators on her side. The dozen or so cultivators from the Myriad Demons Ridge panicked because the spiritual power in their bodies had become obscure and sluggish, just like last time. The last time they had barged into the other party's chess island, they had encountered such a thing. In that battle, they had suffered heavy casualties. After returning to the island, they had spent a lot of effort to remove the poison that had invaded their bodies and restore the circulation of their spiritual power. They no longer dared to barge into the other party's island at will. They had been guarding their own chess island, but even so, they could not avoid the enemy's methods. In an instant, several Imperial artifact streams were shot down. At the rear of the Myriad Devil Ridge camp, a green-robed man watched with a solemn expression. He held a spirit array in his hand, waiting for the people from Grand Heaven Alliance to step into a certain area before activating the power of the spirit array that he had set up in advance. He vaguely felt that today was not a good day, but before he died, he would not let the people from Grand Heaven Alliance have an easy time. No matter what, he would drag a few of them down with him. However, at this moment, a great sense of crisis enveloped him. He suddenly looked up and saw a bright light blooming in the sky. As time passed, the light became brighter and brighter, as if it had turned into a small sun in a short period of time. The sense of crisis was coming from the sky. "It's that Yen Shi!" A cultivator protecting him shouted in a low voice. Lu Yushan had previously blasted the chest of a 7th Order cultivator with a single shot. This scene was still fresh in the minds of the Myriad Devil Ridge cultivators, seeing the small sun-like light blooming. How could they not know who was preparing to attack? They also saw a person holding Yen Shi behind him. That person had a pair of fiery red wings with flowing spirit energy on his back. "Don't let him get close." Someone shouted again. 2 streams of light immediately flew over, shuttling back and forth. As long as Lu Yi dared to approach, he would immediately be met with a storm-like attack. However, Lu Yi just flew with Lu Yushan and stopped outside the attack range of their Imperial artifact. No matter how fast the 2 streams of light shuttled back and forth, they could not hurt them at all. The smile on Lu Yushan's face gradually began to turn ferocious. After a few breaths of time, the strangely shaped spirit artifact in his hand was fully charged. "Thunder Dragon Roar!" Lu Yushan roared. A strong light fell from the sky, turning into a beam of light that blasted straight in the direction of the array cultivator. Wherever the light passed, the 2 Imperial artifact in front of him were directly blown away. When Lu Yushan stimulated the power of his spirit artifact, the array cultivator felt that something was wrong and hurriedly dodged to the side. At the same time, a Myriad Devil Ridge body cultivator who was protecting him held a shield spirit artifact and blocked in front of him like a mountain. Pushing his spirit energy, the shield flashed with light. However, no matter how strong the light was, it was still covered by the beam of light that descended from the sky. The powerful spirit energy fluctuations slowly dissipated, and from the sky to the ground, light particles were annihilated like fireflies. Looking at the place covered by the beam of light, the Myriad Devil Ridge body cultivator's shield spirit artifact was covered with cracks and shattered with a crash. At the same time, the body cultivator spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to his knees with a thud. The array cultivator in blue was not injured, but he was still shaken by the strong impact. Just as he got up, a figure fell from the sky, followed by a bright blade light that flashed in front of him. Not far away, Lu Yushan fell to the ground with a thud and spat out the soil in his mouth. Looking at Lu Yi, who had already killed his way into the enemy's rear, he grimaced in pain. Too realistic! After he fired that shot, Lu Yi immediately threw him away. If it weren't for his 7th order cultivation and the ability to fly, he would have fallen to his death. He knew that Lu Yi wanted to kill the array cultivator as soon as possible, so he hurriedly got up and rushed over with his thunder dragon cannon. However, after just a few steps, he saw Lu Yi flying into the sky again with blood spurting out of his body. Several streams of light chased after him. Got him! Lu Yi roared, "Kill!" In the Grand Heaven Alliance camp, Gao Tai roared and was the first to rush forward. The enemy's array cultivator was dead, and the arranged spirit arrays had become inanimate objects without anyone controlling them. There was no need to worry about them anymore. The battle ended quickly. Without the array cultivator, their strength had been weakened by Hua Xiai, and they were at an absolute disadvantage in terms of numbers. How could the myriad demons' ridge side be a match for them? They fell one after another and were soon killed. It was another hearty victory. Except for a few people who were injured, no one died. The most seriously injured was Lu Yi. He killed his way into the enemy's rear with his flying ability. While he killed the array cultivator, he was also injured by several other myriad demons' ridge cultivators. Fortunately, they were only flesh wounds and were not serious. Keep fighting, don't stop. Another chess island is approaching. After Lu Yi finished speaking, the group of people knew what he was planning. The array cultivator immediately activated his spirit array while the others attacked each other with their spirit arrays. The battle was in full swing, and the clanging sounds and fluctuations of spirit chi spread far and wide. Lan Yu Dai brought 2 people to hide nearby and investigate the situation. After a while, the earth shook and the mountains shook. The 2 chess islands collided. After a while, Lan Yu Dai sent news that there was no need to act anymore. The people who came were actually from the Grand Heaven Alliance, and there were more than 10 of them. When the 2 sides met, the number of people on their side increased to nearly 40. However, compared to Lu Ye's side, these people were in a much worse state. Almost all of them were injured, and their clothes were covered in blood. Some of them were seriously injured and were on the verge of death. Knowing that there was a medical cultivator here, they were all overjoyed. According to the severity of their injuries, Hua Xiai treated them one by one. Because of the battlefield imprint, news spread quickly in the chassis. Now, almost everyone on the Grand Heaven Alliance side knew that the Myriad Demons Ridge came prepared this time and wanted to massacre the Grand Heaven Alliance cultivators. However, even if they knew this, the Grand Heaven Alliance side could not change the situation. Now, everyone on the Grand Heaven Alliance only had one hope, and that was to meet with the chess island where the Jade Blood Sect was located. It was rumored that not only did they have a medical cultivator who could treat injuries, but they also had a few huge spirit-gathering spirit runes that could help people recover quickly. However, they had no control over which chess island would merge with. Most of the cultivators from the Grand Heaven Alliance could only stick together as much as possible so that fewer people would die in battle. This way, they would have the power to fight back when they encountered an enemy. It had to be said that the chess island where Lu Yi and the others were at had disrupted the deployment of the Myriad Devil Ridge to a certain extent. If they hadn't killed those Myriad Devil Ridge cultivators, those small groups from the Myriad Devil Ridge would have definitely continued to expand and converge. In this way, any cultivator from the Grand Heaven Alliance who encountered them would only have a dead end. In this way, the Myriad Devil Ridge's advantage would snowball. They killed the Myriad Demons Ridge cultivators not only to kill the enemy, but also to a large extent to prevent the deaths of many of their own cultivators. Previously, Gao Tai said that they shouldered the heavy responsibility of saving the Grand Heaven Alliance. Although it was a joke, the situation was indeed slowly developing in this direction. With this successful cooperation experience, the way Lu Yi and the others killed the enemy became more flexible. They no longer had to wait passively. When necessary, they could take the initiative to attack. For this reason, Lu Yushan and his junior sister from the Thousand Secrets Pavilion were urgently creating those small mechanical creations.